Star Wars. Young Jedi Knights. Book 8. Diversity Alliance. By Kevin J. Anderson and Rebecca Moister. Chapter 1. The ragtag group of ships drifted through space, maintaining silence, broadcasting no telltale signal that could give away their location. This assortment of merchant vessels, scout cruisers, and security ships had been cobbled together over the course of 2 decades by the noble Thul family of Alderaan to form a trading fleet. Since most of the family had been off-planet when Alderaan was destroyed, the Thuls had moved to Coruscant, the commercial and governmental center of the galaxy. Through shrewd investments, they had built the remnants of their ancient wealth into Bornaran Trading, a powerful galactic company with a steady flow of cargo and burgeoning business on countless routes. At the moment, though, the merchant fleet had no known destination. The vessels huddled close together in an empty space between the stars, keeping themselves safe. Security starfighters flitted protectively along the edges of the convoy, while the other craft clustered in the center like a school of nervous glimmerfish. On the Tradewind, the flagship of the Bornaran fleet, Aaron Drothal stood proudly on the observation deck. She wore a simple gown of midnight blue shot with silver that complemented her braided chestnut hair. A sash of scarlet, yellow, orange, and purple was tied loosely about her waist. Though slight of build, Erin projected an air of dignity that often fooled those she met into thinking her a tall woman. As she stared through the main window port, her intelligent blue eyes kept watch on the cargo vessels, fleet skimmers, security shuttles, and scout drones she and Bornan Thul had assembled for their business. Now, with the disappearance of her husband, all responsibility for Bornaran Trading rested on her shoulders. Erin turned to her brother-in-law, who stood beside her on the deck of the Tradewind. Tycho Thul was a powerful merchant who had made his fortune in droid manufacturing. Though he was a calculating and sometimes pompous man, she was glad of his support during this time of crisis. "Is there any word yet on my husband?" Aaron asked. "A coded message perhaps? We must find some trace of him soon." Tycho scratched his short blonde hair with one hand, and his shrewd hazel eyes narrowed in concentration. "No, Aaron, there's been no sign of Bornan. He has simply disappeared." A frown creased his round face, so deeply that furrows appeared in his rosy cheeks and his chin. "I don't know if this is a new kind of scam he's pulling, or what he hopes to gain, but I wish he'd make some sort of contact with us." Aaron paced the deck of the flagship, looking out the broad window ports at 2 of the heavily armed security starfighters dashing back and forth, crisscrossing the convoy perimeter to guard against external attack. "You're so skeptical, Tycho," she said. "I don't think it's anything of the sort. Bornan's been kidnapped, or hurt, or even killed." Tycho shook his head. "I'm being skeptical. At least I'm thinking he might still be alive and all right. I know my brother, Aaron. He's probably run across something valuable and wants to keep it all for himself." "Not Bornan," Aaron said, her blue eyes flashing with anger. "I'm positive that someone has taken him, and I'm certain we're all in danger. The whole family." Tycho placed a fleshy hand on his sister-in-law's shoulder, squeezing it in a vain attempt to reassure her. "If I didn't believe you might be right, Aaron, I'd never have left Mechas 3 to be here with you. It's taken me a long time to get the droid manufacturing facilities up and running there again, you know. I think they're all fully functional now. That strange programming glitch Mechis 3 suffered during Imperial days has been completely purged from the system, so I suppose my assistants can handle it, for the moment. He gave her a small smile. I'd rather be here with you and the fleet, where it's safe. Tycho went to a console to study their random flight path as one of the private security guards marched onto the observation deck. Excuse me, Lady Aaron, the guard said, clearing his throat. We've been at these coordinates for as long as we feel it's advisable. She sighed. Thank you, Kusk. Time for another hyperspace jump, then? Kusk nodded. Yes, if you intend to keep the location of our fleet absolutely secret. We are currently at risk if we stay here. Not just yet. Erin turned to Tycho, folding her slender hands together. She pressed her pale lips into a grim line. Her husband had always said he could tell when she had made up her mind and did not intend to change it. I feel uncomfortable knowing that my son Raynar is out in the open. Perhaps he is in danger. Tycho gave a dismissive wave. He's safe enough at the Jedi Academy. Luke Skywalker wouldn't dare let any harm come to him. No one can protect my son better than I can, Aaron insisted. I'm going to contact Yavin 4. I'll ask Raynar to come to our fleet, so we can all be together. I want him where I can see him, at least until this whole situation is over. Tycho blew air between his generous lips and shook his head wearily. Skywalker can protect him with the Force. I'm sure he's quite reliable. Yes, he is, Aaron said. That's why I'll request that the Jedi Master personally escorts Raynar safely to our fleet. Tycho knew when to give up his objections. All right, he said. It'll be good to have the whole family together again. Aaron looked at him sternly. The whole family won't be together again until my husband is found. Oh yes. Yes, of course, Tycho said. I forgot about that. Aaron turned to the security guard, who was still waiting patiently at the door to the observation deck. Plot a new course, Kusk, she said, and prepare to launch our fleet into hyperspace, but first establish a communications link to the Jedi Academy. I need to speak directly with Master Luke Skywalker. After a hard day of studies, meditation, and training exercises, Jason Solo left the Great Temple and went off into the dense jungle to be by himself. His sister Jaina and their Wookiee friend Lobaka were busy working on the Rock Dragon, tinkering with the Haben passenger cruiser's engines, not so much because the ship needed the work, but because the two mechanically inclined young Jedi Knights enjoyed the tinkering. Tenel Ka, who technically owned the ship, preferred instead to be out running, doing her exercises, toning up her body and keeping her muscles at their peak performance. Ever since she had lost her arm in a lightsaber dueling accident, Tenel Ka had taken to swimming in the river as often as she could. Jason loved to spend time with the warrior girl, but he couldn't keep up with her calisthenics. Instead, he preferred to go off into the jungle, because it gave him an opportunity to look for interesting plants or insects or animal specimens he could take back and keep in the small menagerie of pets he studied and then set free. Back in his quarters, in an incubator built by Jaina, he also carefully nurtured the fertilized goat egg his father had given him. Soon, he thought, the precious egg would hatch, and he would have an unusual pet. For now, though, he walked through the underbrush in search of various colors of the polished button beetles. He had discovered a nearly intact nest under some broken rocks blasted from the Great Temple during the recent Shadow Academy attack, and he wanted to complete his collection of specimens. Instead, as he parted a stand of tall ferns and stepped into a clearing, Jason saw another young Jedi trainee, Raynar, sitting alone on a rock. He found this quite unusual, since the young man usually avoided the jungles, preferring to remain inside more civilized areas. Raynar's brightly colored robes were as multi-hued and iridescent as an entire swarm of button beetles. He sat with his hands on his robed knees. Jason grinned and waved. He'd been working harder at being friendly to Raynar since the boy's family problems had begun. "Hi, Raynar. What are you doing?" Raynar turned, startled by Jason's arrival. "Nothing." Jason laughed. There's usually a lot more than nothing going on when someone says nothing. "All right," Raynar said with a sigh. "I was meditating, using the Force to reach out with my mind. I thought maybe I could find out something about where my father went." "Still no word, then?" Jason asked. Sadly, the blonde-haired boy shook his head and stared down at his hands. Though New Republic security forces and the bounty hunter Boba Fett, and who knew how many others, were searching the galaxy for him, Bornanthal had not been found. Jason felt uncomfortable when someone else was in trouble or dejected and there was nothing he could do about it. Although he often resorted to telling jokes, he knew this was probably not a good time to try that. "I wish there was something we could do to help," he said. "If I can think of something, I'll definitely ask you, then," Raynar answered, looking slightly relieved, though not too hopeful. He forced a smile. A small one, but it was a smile nevertheless. When Jason and Raynar returned together to the Great Temple, the workers had just finished restoring part of the hangar bay that had collapsed during the Imperial attack. New Republic engineers had pitched in with the large-scale work, while military ships hovered in orbit over the jungle moon to protect against any further attacks from space. Arms crossed over his chest, Luke Skywalker leaned against the rock dragon and watched Jason and Raynar as they approached. Jaina and Lobaka sat beside the repaired passenger shuttle. Jason waved. "Hi, Uncle Luke." "I've got a message from Raynar's mother," Luke said. The boy from Alderaan instantly perked up and hurried over. "What is it?" Raynar asked. "Is there news?" "Not exactly," Luke said. "But she would like me to escort you to her fleet so you can be together during the search for your father. She thinks it's best for your personal safety." "The fleet? Well. Raynar frowned. "But how would I get there? If we're worried that someone will try to kidnap me as well as my father, I can't just." "I guess we could take you," Jason said. "The rock dragon looks like a normal ship, so nobody would suspect anything." "Thanks for offering," Luke said, "but I'm afraid Raynar's mother was quite insistent. I have to escort him personally. The Shadow Chaser has quantum armor to shield us from any attack, and I can help guard him with my Jedi skills." "But what am I supposed to do when I get there?" the young man said, tugging at his colorful robes. "I need to continue my Jedi training and develop my skills." I can't be of any help to my father if I'm stuck in isolation with the fleet. Hey, we could go along, Uncle Luke, Jason suggested, still trying to find a way to help. We'll work on our exercises together. Besides, Raynar needs friends with him right now. Raynar looked at Jason skeptically, and then at the other young Jedi Knights. You do that, you'd all come along with me? This is a fact, Tenelkar said. Sure, Jaina said. We haven't always been very friendly to you, but maybe this is a good time to change that. Chloe rumbled his enthusiastic endorsement of the plan. I think that's a terrific idea, Luke said. Good, Jaina answered, slamming an access hatch on the outside of the rock dragon and fastening it. Then what are we waiting for? Lobaka growled a comment, and Jaina nodded. The rock dragon's ready to go when the rest of you are. Chapter 2. On the hellish world of Ryloth, half of the planet broiled under sunlight hot enough to soften rock, while the other side crackled with a cold so intense it would make a glacier shiver. The Twi'leks, the only sentient beings ever to make a long-term home there, had settled in the narrow band of shadow between daylight and darkness. In this twilight region, surface temperatures above ground remained hospitable enough to support life, but the Twi'leks preferred to build shelters by burrowing into the mountain ranges. They'd carved great warrens, cities beneath the ground, where their clan system had evolved into a complex male-dominated political structure that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Until the Twi'lek woman Nola Tarkona had implemented sweeping changes through a swift wave of bloodshed. Forming the Diversity Alliance had been her key to freedom and power. She was the political movement's outspoken and charismatic leader, uniting downtrodden alien species that had suffered for so long under human domination. Now Nola held the deepest, most defensible chambers beneath the mountains, and had set up her headquarters there. After her rise to power, her followers had excavated an underground spaceport adjacent to the grotto that allowed her powerful allies direct access to Ryloth, and from there, out to the galaxy at large. The Twi'lek leader sat in her cool, expanded grotto, a throne room of sorts. She had a great deal of work to do. Managing a galaxy-wide political movement required constant effort, concentration, and vigilance. Here, deep underground, she had to rely on chronometers and assistants to tell her when it was time to stop working and begin the sleeping period. Of late, though, she had curtailed her rest hours. Plans she had set in motion continued to brew. Their demands weighed heavily upon her, and she had far too many obligations to bother with sleep. If her revolution failed and she was killed, then she could sleep for all eternity. Nola sat comfortably in her stone chair, not allowing the seething thoughts and emotions inside to show though her facade of outward calm. In a sense, the rich red lighting in this room spoke for her. It reflected the deep-seated anger and thirst for revenge that boiled in her heart, and the multitude of ideas for bringing about the ultimate triumph of the Diversity Alliance that whirled through her mind. She clacked her finger claws together, feeling their tough hardness, like the spines on the shell of a Sidrek megapede. Nola could rip out the throat of any enemy or unsuspecting friend, with one sweep of her hands. Although she kept herself physically ready for combat, her primary arsenal consisted of the words she used to forge the emotions of crowds into weapons, turning her followers into a fighting force. Nola Tarkona had become good at getting her way. Hovrak, her Wolfman adjutant advisor, marched into the room, his feral eyes bright in the grotto dimness. Nola kept the reddish lights turned down, but her rose quartz eyes focused well in the shadows. She could see that he bore a dispatch in his hairy paw. With his other hand Hovrak brushed down the dark brown fur that bristled on his face. He bared his teeth in a gesture of respect and said, "Esteemed Tarkona, I have excellent news, dispatches from 2 more candidate worlds." "Good." Nola bowed her head, twitching her one remaining head tail in satisfaction. The burned stump of the other jiggled in a reflex of long-remembered pain. Hovrak kept a long and detailed list on an electronic datapad, recording all known non-human species. It was his intent, and hers, to recruit members from each one of those species for the Diversity Alliance. "First off," the Wolfman said, speaking in a sharp voice, as if trying to bite off each word as it emerged from his mouth, "we have a pledge from a self-appointed United Council of Bith musicians. They have sworn to play patriotic songs that espouse the goals of the Diversity Alliance while they tour planets of the galaxy." "Songs?" Nola said, allowing a frown to crease her forehead. "We need soldiers and fighters willing to die for our cause, not minstrels. If I might point out, esteemed Tarkona, the potential payoffs of dispersing propaganda. One song to the right audience in the right cantina in the right town could result in riots. Even the overthrow of a long-established human government. At the very least, it will increase awareness of what the Diversity Alliance stands for." "Very well," Nola said, "just so long as these musicians don't demand excessive payment. What else?" "We've received a messenger from a subhive of the Bartek species. They are renowned killers, assassins who travel together sharing a single mind. This subhive has sworn allegiance to the Diversity Alliance, and as you know, when one of them agrees, they all agree." Nola Tarkona tapped her claws together. "That's much better news. So, does this mean the entire Bartek homeworld is ours? Is this subhive the legitimate government there?" "No, esteemed Tarkona, but they will carry our message far and wide. In fact, as I understand their species, if this subhive assassinated key members in other subhives, they could absorb all those minds into an even larger swarm. Given a little time and a little ingenuity, our one subhive could subsume all other Barteks and incorporate them into one giant fighting force that would be completely loyal to US. Now the Twi'lek woman smiled, showing her pointed teeth. "Very good, indeed. Governments operate by the will of the populace. We make our own legitimacy." "Yes," Hovrak snarled, "legitimacy. Payback time. By rights the galaxy should be ours." "Now, don't get greedy," Nola said. "At least not so soon. A few sectors at a time should be enough, for the moment." She twitched her head tail, feeling a tingle of sensation. "I just received word that a ship has docked at our underground facility. I believe it is Boba Fett, returned to us. Go and bring him here. I wish to see what our bounty hunter has retrieved for me." Hovrak bared his teeth again, then spun about and padded out of the grotto. Putting her nervous energy to use, Nola reached out and selected a sharp durasteel file from the smaller obsidian pedestal beside her. She inserted the tool into her mouth and briskly filed her front teeth to maintain their pointed tips and razor-sharp edges. She received a delicious, forbidden thrill in doing so. Twi'lek female slaves traditionally had their teeth sanded flat to keep them from biting their masters. And only the vicious males had been allowed to flaunt their fangs. Until now. The degraded females found themselves powerless and sold into slavery, forced to serve or dance, mere objects to be beaten and sacrificed at the whim of their masters. Nola knew this all too well. Her own half-sister had paid the ultimate price. But she had vowed to change all that. And, as she had proven many times before, Nola Tarkona was always true to her word. When the helmeted Boba Fett marched alone into the grotto, Nola sat up with a stab of disappointment. Had he dared to come back to her empty-handed? Beside the bounty hunter, claws extended, Hovrak walked like a security escort. But Boba Fett exuded such self-confidence, even through his Mandalorian armor, that any idea of his following anyone was ludicrous. Nola admired him for that self-assurance and enigmatic charisma. Fett, however, did not concern himself with power or politics. Why he kept to himself, hiring out only as a bounty hunter, when he could have been a great leader, was a mystery to her. Ah, well, she thought, every creature has different goals. Where is Born Thal? She demanded. You contracted to bring him back to me, along with the Navy computer I paid for. Why have you returned here without your bounty? Surely you don't intend to report failure? A temporary setback, Fett said, his voice carefully neutral. I encountered the children of Han Solo. They were unable to provide the information I required. I have other leads. He paused for a moment. When hunting bounty, I can never be sure what I will find. It is not always what I set out to look for. More to the point, Nola's spies had reported that Jason and Jaina Solo and their friends had actually foiled Fett out in the Alderaan rubble field, and he had fled in defeat. But she did not mention this. The bounty hunter knew he had failed thus far, and so did she. Nothing else mattered. Make no mistake, Boba Fett, Nola said, about the importance of this mission. I must have the cargo Born Thal stole. The future of the galaxy depends on it. Until today, I have let only a few other bounty hunters know of my interest, and I suspect some still intend to succeed where you failed. Now, however, you give me no choice but to announce this opportunity to bounty hunters far and wide. Send out whomever you like, but I shall find Born Thal, Fett said. His brusque tone was not threatening, but simply confident. I am the best. I will succeed. The others will fail. Then next time bring me the bounty, not words, Nola said. When Fett turned without bidding her farewell, she raised her clawed hand and called after him to stop. I have a question, something that intrigues me. I've heard about how Princess Leia Organa once wore a helmet as a disguise, passing herself off as the bounty hunter Bosch to infiltrate Jabba's palace. No one knew her identity until she was caught trying to free Han Solo. Tell me, Boba Fett, under that helmet, and behind your voice synthesizer, are you perhaps a female yourself? Fett stared at her through the narrow black slit in his helmet. I remove my helmet for no one, he said. But Nola would not be distracted. For that matter, she said, are you even human? Could you perhaps be one of the downtrodden alien species in this galaxy, passing yourself off as a human? I remove my helmet for no one, he repeated, still giving her no answer. A pity, Nola said. You may go. Boba Fett departed with brisk steps, as if incensed that she had given him leave to go when he would never have bothered to ask her permission. Nola sat back in her stone chair, bathed in the bloody red lights. It was long past her rest period, but she decided to linger a while yet, perhaps much longer. Possibilities for the future continued to develop in her mind. Chapter 3. Morning mist settled on the grass stubble clearing in front of the rebuilt Great Temple. Droplets of falling moisture clung to Tenel Ka's warrior braids and sparkled there like a fine spray of gems. Leaning against the damp hull of the rock dragon, she watched with mixed feelings as Jason prepared to board the Shadow Chaser with Raynar and Master Skywalker. She knew Jason would have preferred to fly beside her, and she was proud of him for sacrificing his personal preferences to help Raynar, who needed the support of a friend right now. Tenel Ka understood the inner torment of being constantly in danger, constantly on guard. She could have requested to be included on the Shadow Chaser, but because the Rock Dragon was her ship, Tenel Ka felt duty-bound to remain with her crew, Captain Jaina, co-pilot Loie, and backup navigator MTD. Still, Tenel Ka would miss her friends during the trip to the rendezvous point with Raynar's family. She had come to rely on Jason in an odd sort of way. Somehow, his clowning and joking reassured her that all was well with the galaxy, even when all was not well. Tenel Ka shook her head to clear it. Allowing her thoughts to dwell on such sentimentalism was unlike her. Jaina and Loie chose that moment to emerge from the rock dragon behind her. Jaina, serious in her duties as captain of the ship, gave an immediate report. Internal pre-flight checks are complete, inside's all ready to go. You done with the externals yet? Tenel Ka gave a guilty start. She had allowed herself to become distracted. They were heading into a potentially dangerous situation, and she could not afford to let her mind wander. Wiping a sheen of rain from her forehead, she vowed not to let it happen again. 10 more minutes. Jaina nodded, then a look of perplexity stole over her face. She bit her lower lip. Am I forgetting anything? Loie pointed a ginger-furred arm toward the Shadow Chaser and gave a short bark. Coordinates. Right, Jaina said. We have to get the coordinates for our hyperspace jump from Uncle Luke and Raynar. Information came in about an hour ago by Type Beam encrypted transmission. Unregistered proprietary encryption. Raynar was the only one who knew how to decode it. Tenel Ka was surprised. Such precautions were commonly employed in communications between members of the Hapen royal family, but they were almost unheard of in the New Republic. While Loie and Jaina went to consult with Master Skywalker and Raynar, Tenel Ka returned to her pre-flight check. Chiding herself for her temporary lack of diligence, she examined the rain-slick hull of the Rock Dragon as carefully as if she were preparing for a space battle, which, for all she knew, might just be the case. When Jason poked his head around the side of the ship to see if she needed any help, Tenel Ka accepted gladly. She didn't actually require assistance, of course, but she welcomed his companionship. After they'd finished, Jason said, I put a little extra sealant on that blast scar Boba Fett gave us in the Alderaan system. He ran a hand through his damp hair. It looked a bit weak, and I didn't want you to take any chances. Jason shrugged, perhaps embarrassed at showing his concern for her. Hey, you can never tell when you're going to bump into another bounty hunter, you know? Tenel Ka's cool grey eyes locked onto his. The Shadow Chaser's quantum armor would keep its passengers safe if they came under attack. Jason knew he would be well protected, but he had no similar guarantee for his friends in the Rock Dragon. She did her best to reassure him. Jason, my friend, I am used to dealing with traitors, kidnappers, and assassins. The Haypen court is filled with them. One corner of her mouth quirked upward. In fact, some of the most skilled ones are my relatives. I will not allow the Rock Dragon or anyone in her to come to harm. He nodded, then shrugged again. I just like to know everyone's safe. I even made Tion promise to take care of my Gorteg while we're gone. Then, as if chagrined at having been caught worrying, Jason said, "Hey, wanna hear a joke?" On the pretext of examining a stabilizer fin, Tenel Ka ducked her head to hide her pleasure. If Jason ever suspected that she actually enjoyed his jokes, he would really worry. When she had composed herself again, she looked up and raised an eyebrow at him. "Only if you do not require me to laugh." "Buzz buzz," he said, then waited expectantly. After a moment, she realized the response he wanted. "Ah, who is there?" "Dismay." "Dismay who?" "This may not seem funny to you, but I'm hoping you'll at least smile." Tenel Ka nodded judiciously. "Perhaps I will laugh later, my friend Jason." The absurdity of his humor amazed her. Even more amazing was the fact that the joke had put her at ease again. She closed her eyes, let out a slow breath, and savored the refreshing mist falling from above. "Hey, you two," Jaina yelled from around the side of the ship, "coordinates are in. Uncle Luke is locking R2 down in the astromech station. What are we waiting for?" Tenel Ka opened her eyes. Jason gave her hand a brief squeeze. "See you at the rendezvous point," he said. "This is a fact," Tenel Ka agreed, and Jason dashed across the damp grass to the Shadow Chaser. For once, compared with the other passenger, Jason felt more than competent to serve as co-pilot of a starship. Leaning forward from his seat behind them in the cockpit, Raynar hovered anxiously between Jason and Master Skywalker, eyeing the control panels as if to ensure that Jason wouldn't make a mistake. Jason tried to calm the young man. He even sent subtle, soothing thoughts, as he might to a frightened animal. But once they left Yavin 4, Raynar's agitation increased minute by minute. By the time the Shadow Chaser made its jump to hyperspace, Jason felt edgy himself. Even the normally patient Master Skywalker turned with a strained smile and said, "I can take it from here, Jason. Why don't you two go in the back and practice a few Jedi relaxation exercises? I'll call you when we're ready to make our rendezvous with the fleet." "I'm not sure I can relax," Raynar said. But when Jason unbuckled his crash webbing and headed back toward the crew compartment, the other young man obediently followed. Before Jason could leave the cockpit, however, Raynar turned back. "Master Skywalker, are you sure you have the coordinates right? I programmed them in myself from your notes when you decoded the transmission," Luke said, And when Raynar seemed about to ask for more details, he added, Jaina and Lobaka confirmed coordinates for both the Shadow Chaser and the Rock Dragon. We're fine. The answer appeared to satisfy Raynar, who finally let Jason lead him into the back. Jason took a deep breath, held it for a few heartbeats, and slowly released it. Then, to break the tension, he said, I guess you're pretty scared. Raynar sat down, shoulders hunched over, and stared at the deck plates. How would you feel if somebody in your family was missing and maybe even dead? From the astromech station, R2-D2 whistled a mournful note. Jason gave a humorless laugh. Believe it or not, that situation isn't completely uncommon in my family. I know how you feel. Raynar looked up at Jason. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, I guess you do at that. An hour later, when Luke called them back to the cockpit, both boys were more relaxed. Raynar even attempted a joke or two. Jason already knew the punchlines, but he laughed anyway because it was so funny to hear the normally pompous boy working so hard to use humor. The kid wasn't too bad, Jason decided, but he needed a little work on his timing and delivery. As soon as they buckled themselves into their seats, Raynar began to show signs of nervousness again. Why don't you tell Uncle Luke your joke, Raynar? Jason said. The one about the nerf herder and the purple ranker? Maybe later, Luke said. We're just about there. Okay, now, he said, nodding to Jason. Jason leaned forward and disengaged the hyperdrive. The star lines shortened abruptly and resolved themselves into a million twinkling lights in the blackness of space. Empty space, without any merchant ships anywhere in sight. Jason blinked in surprise. Where are they? He asked. What happened to the fleet? Luke Skywalker looked at the control panel, perplexed. These are the coordinates they gave me. They're gone, Raynar said in a gloomy voice. The fleet has left without me. Jason adjusted the volume controls as the cockpit speaker crackled to life. Shadow Chaser, this is Rock Dragon, Jaina's voice said. Kinda lonely out here. Weren't we expecting company? Still waiting to make contact, Jason answered. Uncle Luke says, from the comm speaker a new female voice cut through his transmission. Shadow Chaser and Rock Dragon, please broadcast confirmation of your identities. At Luke's nod, Jason complied. They waited. Identities confirmed, the voice said at last. This is the tryst. I am prepared to take you. Where is my mother? Where is the fleet? Raynar cut in. They were supposed to meet us here. What have you done with them? Ah, would that be Master Raynar Thull? The voice answered. This is your second cousin, Captain Droprak, of the security shuttle Tryst assigned to the Tradewind. Now if you'll all be so kind as to slave your navigational computers to mine, we can be on our way to rendezvous with the fleet. Shuttle Tryst? Jaina's voice came over the speaker. We were under the impression that this was the rendezvous point. That was the impression we intended you to have, Captain Prak said. This was just an intermediate stop to make sure no one followed you. What if it's a trap? I barely met most of my second cousins, Raynar said in a low voice. We, have a large extended family. Half of them left Alderaan decades ago when the Emperor came into power. In spite of the relaxation exercises he'd been doing, Raynar looked agitated again. "Can you confirm that she really works for your family?" Luke asked. "Is there a question you can ask her?" Jason added. "Maybe some kind of secret code your family uses in emergencies?" Raynar thought for a moment, then said in a loud voice, "Captain Prak, which of our great family treasures was saved by a fortunate coincidence when the Death Star blew up Alderaan?" "Simple enough," Prak answered, her voice casual and confident. The Drow ceremonial fountain had been sent to Calamari to be repaired by the renowned artist Murak. Therefore the Drow family's great treasure was safely off-planet and spared from destruction. Raynar's ruddy face beamed. "That's it. No one but a member of my family would know the answer to that question." "You're sure?" Luke asked. Raynar nodded. "Trust me." "Raynar says you passed the test," Jason said into the comm speaker. "We're slaving the Shadow Chaser's navigational computers to yours." "Rock Dragon slaving over to Trist," Jaina's voice said. "All right, everybody," Captain Prak answered, "hold on to your seats." Starlines swooped and stuttered around the Shadow Chaser as the Trist took them on 3 consecutive jumps through hyperspace, none more than a minute long. Then, suddenly, they were there. A ragtag assortment of merchant vessels, security shuttles, cargo ships, star skimmers, and scout cruisers drifted before them in space. The fleet held ships of all sizes and manufactures, designed for versatile operations in different shipping environments. Over the years, Bornan and Aeronthal had expanded their merchant operation into a massive undertaking. But now, out of concern for their safety, the Thal family could not allow their fleet a permanent base. "This is it," Raynar said. "My real home." Chapter 4. Raynar filled his lungs with the cool, recycled air on the Tradewind, flagship of his family's merchant fleet. His father had always insisted that the Tradewind have the finest filters and recyclers available. For business reasons, the fleet's headquarters remained on Coruscant, but this vessel, more than any other place in the galaxy, had become the family's home. His mother claimed that the air on Alderaan had been sweeter, though by the time of Raynar's birth that planet had already been space rubble for years. He had been born here, on the Tradewind itself. For him, no place could feel safer or more welcoming in a time of danger. Raynar closed his eyes, taking a second deep breath, and a third. For so long he had smelled the humidity and the lush, thick jungle scents of Yavin 4. This seemed so much purer. Behind him, he heard Luke and the young Jedi Knights climb out of the Shadow Chaser and the Rock Dragon, then thump to the deck plates, but he did not allow that to distract him from his enjoyment. He had so many memories of this place. To Raynar's embarrassment, he was dangerously close to tears when he heard the docking bay airlock whoosh open. He felt a comforting hand on his shoulder, and Master Skywalker said in a low voice, "It's always good to feel that you've come home. Are you all right, Raynar?" Dismayed that Master Skywalker had sensed this weakness in him, Raynar's first impulse was to draw himself up and make some sort of haughty reply to indicate that he was fully in control of himself. But instead, he took another deep breath, this time a calming one, as part of a Jedi relaxation technique, opened his eyes, and nodded. A true Jedi had little need to lie. or even pretend. In this case, he knew the only one he could fool would be himself. "Thank you. I'll be fine now," Raynar said. Glancing at the airlock, he saw his mother, Erendrothal, hurrying toward him, accompanied by his uncle Tycho. Tycho Thul wore the voluminous yellow, purple, orange, and scarlet robes of the family house. His moon-round face beamed as brightly as an emergency glow beacon. "My dear boy, how comforting it is to see you safely arrived. Here with us, you have nothing to fear." Raynar's surprise at seeing his uncle again was compounded by his mother's next action. She stepped forward and awkwardly, for their family had never been physically demonstrative, gave Raynar a hug. Recovering quickly from his shock, he hugged her back, then stepped away and cleared his throat. Mother, Uncle Tycho, I have some friends I'd like you to meet. This is Master Skywalker of the Jedi Academy." His mother stretched out both of her hands to clasp Luke's in a traditional greeting. "Luke Skywalker, hero of the rebellion," she said with a warm smile, "it's good to see you again. And how kind of you to bring my son to me. I promised my sister Leia that I would see you personally, Erendrothal, and make sure that you're all safe here," he replied. "Please thank Chief of State Leia Organa Solo for us," Eren said, obviously much pleased. Next, Tycho reached his hands out to grip Luke's. "Master Skywalker, it is an honor. Alas, it would have been an even greater honor to meet you on Mechis 3, so that I could extend my personal hospitality at the droid works there. I think you would be most impressed." Master Skywalker's smile looked as if he were trying to repress some secret amusement. "Thank you. I've heard a great deal about your successes on Mechis 3. Your droid works are the most productive in the New Republic." Uncle Tycho beamed even more brightly than before. "It's nothing really," he said, with a vain attempt at a modest shrug. "Success seems to come naturally to my family. To me, to my brother, I dare say you've noticed it even in Raynar. I'm certain he quite surpasses most of your other students in sheer Jedi ability." Raynar felt his cheeks warm with discomfiture. How could Master Skywalker respond to such a display of pompous self-importance? To his credit, however, the Jedi Master answered smoothly and without hesitation. "Raynar is a unique and earnest student who has more Jedi potential than even he is aware of." Before his uncle could push Master Skywalker further, Raynar broke in. "And I'd like you to meet some of my fellow students, Jaina and Jason Solo, Lobaka from Kashyyyk, and Tenel Ka, a princess of Hapes, and Dathomir." Uncle Tycho pursed his lips in surprise. "Very distinguished guests," he observed. "They certainly are," Raynar's mother said. "You are all welcome to stay as long as you like. I think this calls for a celebration." Her midnight blue gown, shot with silver thread and belted with a sash in the colors of the House of Thul, glittered like the star-studded wedges of space visible through the viewports. "I'm afraid I must return to the Jedi Academy as soon as possible," Master Skywalker said with a regretful shake of his head. "Atu and I need to get back. We have many other students and much work to do." "But we'd like to stay," Jason hurried to assure Erendrothal. "Just for a few days, of course, to make sure that Raynar's okay and settling in here." Loie urged his support of the plan. "Why, what a splendid idea," MTD said. "Civilization, At last, the details and arrangements were soon settled. Jason, Jaina, Loie and Tenelka would stay for 5 days, then return to the Jedi Academy in the Rock Dragon. In less than half an hour, Luke Skywalker and R2-D2 departed in the Shadow Chaser. Rhaenyra's mother sighed as she watched their sleek ship vanish. "Well, I suppose we'll have to make another hyperspace jump now, just to keep moving." Uncle Tycho nodded. "To be sure, no one can follow us by picking up on the Shadow Chaser's log of recent stops." Rhaenyra's mother clasped her hands and smiled. "When that's done, I have a special treat for you children. To celebrate my son's return, you're all invited to an Alderaanian ceremony of waters." The ceremony of waters was long and elaborate, and apparently filled with great meaning for the Thull family, but Jason found his mind wandering during the endless rituals. He squirmed and tried to sit up straighter on the hard narrow bench that ringed the small, elegant fountain that served as a centerpiece for the ceremony. He absently reached to where his lightsaber usually hung at his side, planning to run his fingers along its ridges, as he often did when he was bored, but then he remembered the weapon wasn't there. Everyone had been asked to change into their best clothes for this special occasion. And since it was a ritual of peace, all the young Jedi had left their weapons in their cabins. Aeryn Thull, her long chestnut hair braided in an intricate pattern, looked beautiful and serene in her midnight blue gown. The hairstyle reminded Jason of his mother. Sometimes he wondered how Leia managed to put up with all the boring ceremonies, rituals, and meetings her duties as chief of state required her to endure. In times past, Jason, Jaina, and their younger brother Anakin had often attended events their mother thought they might especially enjoy. Even at those, however, Jason had frequently found himself wishing he were out with his friends exploring the fascinating, and sometimes dangerous, lower levels of Coruscant. Jason remembered a disastrous time when he and Jaina had persuaded Zek to be their guest at a simple state dinner. Had that experience been this bewildering, this excruciating, for the dark-haired young man? He missed Zek. Letting his eyes drift around the room, Jason wondered if anyone else was as bored as he was. On the other side of the fountain, Rhaenyra and Tycho sat flanking Aeryn Thull while she performed the ceremony. All three were apparently engrossed in every detail of the rituals. Beside him, Jaina watched attentively as Aeryn filled an array of brightly colored transparent flasks, cups, and beakers. At Jason's left, Tenelka sat laser straight, her cool grey eyes dutifully following each step. Completing the circle, his eyes half closed, Jason noticed Loie taking this opportunity to practice his Jedi relaxation techniques, or perhaps just napping. MTD's glowing optical sensors were alert, though the little droid made no sound. Setting aside the last of the filled vessels, Aeryn Thull began to hum a slow, lilting tune. As she did so, she held her hands under one of the clear streams of liquid that gurgled from the fountain. Water flowed across the backs of her hands, and then she turned them over, jetting the water run into her palms. Still humming, she nodded. Rhaenyra and Tycho placed their hands under the trickling water as well. Tenelka, always fast to catch on, stretched her arm out and held her hand under the stream of water. Jason noticed the glow of pleasure that lit Aeryn's and Rhaenyra's eyes at this. Loie opened his eyes at the same time that Jaina nudged Jason. 6 more hands entered the flow from the fountain. Jason was amazed to find the water warm and silky to the touch. The remainder of the ceremony consisted of drying their hands, then passing around the various cups and beakers. Aaron hummed while Tycho or Raynar recited words about purity or peace or the life-giving qualities of water. Then they would sip from the beaker or empty it and refill it from the fountain or sprinkle drops in the air to fall like rain. Occasionally, MTD even hummed along with Aaron. Raynar's mother did not seem to mind. Jason was glad, at least, to see Raynar distracted from his misery. The blonde-haired boy looked happier than Jason had ever seen him on Yavin 4. When the humming stopped, Raynar's uncle Tycho let out a long sigh. "It's wonderful to be among civilized beings again," he said. "You have no idea what it's like to live and work on Mechis 3, surrounded all day long by mechanicals. We keep only a few living beings on the planet, and very few of them come from worlds with culture. Of course, I've programmed a droid or two for protocol, but it's simply not the same. They're so dull." "Well, really?" MTD exclaimed before Lois slapped a furry hand over the translating droid's speaker grill. "This is my favorite ceremony," Raynar said wistfully. "Mine too," his mother agreed. "It reminds me of the days when I lived on Alderaan. I grew up in Terrarium City," she said. "My parents were on the ruling council. It was a beautiful, serene place, and every home was surrounded by plants and fountains like this one. I left to study at Alderaan University." "Where you met father," Raynar put in. "Yes." Her forehead wrinkled slightly at the mention of her kidnapped husband. "I was studying music and business, and Bornan was studying business and art. We took several courses together and found we had similar goals. When we finished our studies, we formed this trading company." "Where were you when Alderaan was destroyed?" Jano asked in a hushed voice. Aaron flinched, struck by yet another painful memory. "Sometimes I wish I'd never left, that I could have spent those last few days there," she sighed. "Bornan is an excellent businessman, and he believes in overseeing negotiations personally. We were in the middle of very sensitive trade talks with one of the Imperial worlds when our home was obliterated." Aaron seemed lost in her reverie when a guard entered the room, bent down, and whispered in her ear. "What is it, Mother?" Raynar asked. Aaron scanned the circle with a look of alarm. Then she turned to the security officer. "It's all fight. Tell them," she said. A few minutes ago security noted a brief transmission that came from inside the trade win. We tried to trace it, but couldn't find the source. Raynar clasped his mother's hand. Uncle Tycho stood abruptly. "Prepare for another hyperspace jump," he said to the guard. "Immediately." The guard rushed to carry out his orders. Tycho looked down at his sister-in-law. "It can't be anyone here in this room," he said, "but I fear we may have a traitor aboard the trade win." Chapter 5. For Jaina, the bridge of the trade win was a wonderland filled with the highest quality computers, gadgets, and communications equipment available in any market. She and Chloe exclaimed over each discovery of technological wizardry. She thought briefly of her friend Zek, with whom she had spent many of her younger days on Coruscant, scavenging technological gadgets from the abandoned underlevels and tinkering with them so that old Peckham could have something to sell. She and Zek had gone their separate ways, though, He had fallen to the dark side and joined the Shadow Academy. Even after he had been defeated and forgiven, Zek still could not forgive himself. He had struck out on his own in hopes of building a new life. He had decided to become a bounty hunter, and Jaina wished she could contact him somehow, and get news of him in return. But here, hidden as they were with the Born Aryan merchant fleet, no one in the galaxy would know where to find them. After the ceremony of waters, Raynar took turns with his mother conducting the tour of the flagship, and proved almost as knowledgeable as she was on the subject. The young Jedi had come to the bridge while Tycho prepared the ship for its next hyperspace jump, hoping to keep one step ahead of any pursuers that might be after them or Born and Thal. The trade wind's jump elicited a tingle of excitement from the Jedi students. All of them had seen many such jumps, but rarely from the open bridge of a city-sized starship. Tycho paced the bridge, a heavy frown corrugating his forehead, his hands clasped behind his back, as Raynar and Aaron Drothal continued the tour. "What are those?" Jaina asked, spying an unusual console. "Our weapons systems," Aaron replied. "Targeting for the entire fleet is linked through here. Everything can be controlled from the bridge of the Tradewind," Raynar added. "Concussion missiles, ion cannons, even targeted energy deflectors. We have quad laser emplacements all around the circumference of the bridge, there, and there," he said, pointing, "plus one up top and one below us. Of course, we can also release control to individual gunners." Jane eyed the weapons appraisingly. "I'd love to try them sometime. Dad always lets us practice with the guns in the Millennium Falcon." Aaron's eyebrows went up. "Ah, yes, that doesn't surprise me. Your father always was a bit of a rogue. I met him briefly, on Alderaan, when... You know Han Solo?" Raynar broke in, his eyes wide. Aaron laughed. "Not really. It was decades ago, before I was married, and he visited Alderaan for a day. Of course, he was traveling under another name at the time. We just happened to meet. Back then, I thought he was very handsome. He even tried to steal me from your father. Bornan was rather jealous." Aaron's fine-boned face dimpled in a warm smile. "Even though Han has been a respectable man for many years, I'm afraid Bornan may still harbor a bit of a grudge." Preparing to come out of hyperspace, the helmsman announced in a loud voice. "Very well," Tycho said. "You, over there." He pointed to a man in a security uniform near the navigational station. "Begin plotting our next jump, just to be on the safe side." "Kusk," the man replied. "We've been introduced several times." Tycho blinked. "I beg your pardon?" "Kusk, sir, it's my name." Uncle Tycho made a face as if he had bitten into a chunk of rancid Nerf cheese. "Very well, Kusk. I suggest you begin plotting our course immediately, or we'll stuff you into an escape pod and shoot you toward the nearest inhabited system. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir," Kusk gritted between clenched teeth. Jaina made a mental note never to cross Raynar's Uncle Tycho. She wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of his anger. Just then the scene in the viewports all around the bridge changed. Star lines shortened from glowing streaks into specks of concentrated brilliance, and they were alone against the blackness of space. Completely alone. Not a single ship from the fleet had made the jump with the Tradewind. No. not alone. Something else was here, waiting for them, ready to pounce. Loie saw it first and sounded the alarm. "Oh, my. We're doomed," MTD wafted. There in the view screen closest to them came a wicked-looking ship that was no part of their fleet. Its weapons were powered up, ready to fire. Jason wished he could think of something to do. "We're receiving a transmission, Lady Aaron," the communications specialist said. "Priority 1. Put it on the front view screen," Tycho snapped. The comm specialist looked back at Aaron. She nodded. A face masked by a dark flight helmet appeared on screen. "Tradewin, this is the High Roller," the harsh voice came over the comm speakers. "I demand that you release to me either Aaron Drothal or Rain Arthal immediately. If you refuse, I will be forced to destroy your ship." Although this seemed like an absurd demand to Jason, he was still surprised when Uncle Tycho gave a bark of laughter. "This ship has the finest defenses and weaponry that can be bought. Don't force us to prove it." On the screen, the helmeted figure shrugged. "Perhaps you have the best defenses that can be bought legally, that is, but I have access to sources you couldn't even begin to imagine." An energy bolt streaked out from the ship and struck just below the forward viewport. "If you give me the woman or the boy," the harsh voice said, "I won't need to demonstrate any further. You have 10 minutes to decide." "Screen off," Tycho snapped. The view screen went blank. "We need to clear the bridge of everyone but essential bridge crew. Cusk, take Lady Aaron down to the security shelter at the center of the ship. Don't let anyone near her until this threat has been dealt with. Get moving. Raynar, you go too." Cusk sprang up from the navigational console with commendable speed, now that he had been chided by Tycho, and hustled Raynar and his mother from the bridge before Tycho could issue the next order. Even Aaron did not argue. As they vanished down the turbo lift, Raynar looked worriedly back over his shoulder, although he tried to appear brave in front of his friends. Jason was glad the security guard had reacted quickly this time and avoided making a scene. Even so, he got a strange prickly feeling at the back of his neck. He shivered. Something was wrong here. Maybe it was because the High Roller was outside the viewports waiting to blast the bridge again, but he didn't think so. Beside him, Tenelka stood up straighter and glanced around as if searching for something. Their eyes met. She felt it too. "Now," Tycho said, "I'll need the rest of you children off the bridge. We're going to be in the middle of a firefight. All weapons, power up and calibrate your targeting systems." Jaina stepped forward boldly. "I could be some help to you here. I have a lot of gunnery experience." She looked over at Jason. "I'm a pretty good shot and so is Jason," feeling an urgent need to follow Raynar, gave a minute shake of his head. So is Loie," Jaina went on, catching the hint, though she didn't seem to understand her brother's intentions. Loie cocked his head in surprise, then smoothed the fur down on his neck with both hands. He gave a sharp bark of agreement. "Very well, then. You may both stay. We'll need all the help we can get," Uncle Tycho said. "But the rest of you, to your quarters until the emergency has passed." Jason and Tenelka hurried from the bridge and into the turbo lift. When the door slid shut behind them, Tenelka raised her eyebrows. "Are you thinking the same as I?" Jason nodded. I'm thinking that Aaron and Rayna may not be safe even down in the protected chambers. Something is very wrong here. Tenelka made a fist and thumped it against her bare thigh. This is a fact. He's somewhere on this level, Jason said, stepping out of the turbo lift. I can sense him. But we are nowhere close to the center of the ship, Tenelka pointed out. I believe we have reached the docking bays. The guard should not have brought Aaron and Rayna here. Jason swallowed hard. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, he said. I've got a bad feeling about this. As if to prove his intuition correct, a blaster shot rang out from down the corridor. Hey, that came from the docking bay down there, Jason said. Isn't that where? Tenelka's face was grim. Yes. Where we left the rock dragon. Suddenly, the flagship thrummed with a sharp impact, as if someone had struck the hull with a giant hammer, or a powerful turbo laser blast. I think that deadline the High Roller gave us just expired, Jason said. They ran. The Tradewind hummed as it fired back at the ship that had ambushed it. The space battle had begun. When they reached the entrance to the docking bay, a strange sight greeted them. His face flushed. Rayna stood protectively in front of his mother near the boarding ramp to the rock dragon, colorful robes swirling around him like an aurora. Closer to the entrance, the guard Kusk faced them, speaking into a comlink gripped in one hand. His other hand held a blaster aimed more or less at Rayna. The blaster, however, seemed to have a mind of its own. It raised and lowered and wobbled and dipped while Kusk wrestled to hold it steady. Obviously, Rayna was struggling through the force to get a grip on Kusk's weapon. Yes, I have the merchandise you requested, Kusk said into the comlink, straining to keep hold of his squirming weapon. I'll meet you in 5 minutes at the pickup point. A harsh voice replied. Though it was crackly with static, Jason still recognized it as the voice of the helmeted man aboard the High Roller. It worked, just like I said it would. Another blow struck the ship. The mysterious attacker had shot again, but the guard Kusk merely smiled in satisfaction. The Tradewind fired back with a loud whining discharge of deadly energy. Tenelka took her own action. Prepare to fight, traitor, she said in a loud voice. She stepped forward, ready for battle. Hey, I have a feeling your plans aren't going to turn out quite as well as you thought, Kusk, Jason said. He wished fleetingly that he and Tenelka were wearing their lightsabers, but they had removed them for the ceremony of waters. Sliding his comlink through a loop in his belt, Kusk faced the door, only mildly surprised by the intruders. His lip curled in a sneer. I don't really think 3 children and a woman can do much to thwart the plans of a trained killer and a seasoned bounty hunter. He turned back toward his quarry. Erenthal glared contemptuously at the traitorous guard. Rayna squared his shoulders. Maybe not, he said. But there's a great deal that 3 Jedi can do. As the guard snorted in disdain, another hammer blow from the attacker struck the Tradewind. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jason administered a hard force shove against the guard's back. At the same moment Tenelka lifted Kusk a few centimeters off the floor with her mind, throwing him off balance. Rayna held out one arm, and the astonished guard's blaster finally spun from his grasp into the young man's outstretched hand. Don't hurt him, Aaron cautioned in a loud voice. We'll need him alive to learn how far this conspiracy goes. Cusk's feet thumped down onto the deck plates. Open-mouthed, he retreated as if pulled by invisible strings until his back pressed against the hull of the rock dragon. His eyes darted in panic from Jason and Tenelka to Raynar and Aaron and back again. "How did you do that?" he rasped. Jason crossed his arms over his chest. "We're Jedi. One of my best friends is training to be a bounty hunter," he said, thinking of Zek. "And you violated one of their most fundamental rules: always do your research." Cusk snatched at his comlink. "High Roller, this is Cusk. I've been captured. Save yourself." Aaron strode to the comm panel by the airlock door. "Security backup team to secondary docking bay immediately," she said in a calm, commanding voice. Red lights strobed and sirens whooped. Cusk flailed for the entry hatch of the rock dragon and attempted to pull himself inside. "I wouldn't, if I were you," Tenelka said. Cusk hesitated for just a moment. "My ship has a failsafe navigational program," she explained. "Unless my crew or I input the proper authorization code, the ship is programmed to find the most direct route to Hapes and dock at the high-security hangar of the Hapen Royal House." She smiled coldly. "Not even you would want to explain yourself to my parents, my grandmother, and the 700 hand-picked guards stationed there." A burst of static blasted from the comlink in Cusk's hand. He dropped it as if it were a venomous reptile and sank to the floor. The next moment the Tradewind's security squad arrived. One of the guards stopped to report. "That particular bounty hunter won't be bothering you anymore," she said to Aaron Thal. "We sustained only minimal damage, but the High Roller made an unlucky bet. The ship is completely destroyed. No survivors." "Thank you," Raynar's mother said. A thin wail rose from the floor next to the rock dragon. Jason could just barely make out the words of Cusk's mournful cry, "My brother." Chapter 6. Still trying to make peace with the memories of his dark Jedi days, Zek eagerly sought out an assignment to begin his new career as a bounty hunter. As a first step toward finding an employer, he went to the most bustling place he could think of, a bazaar of traders and smugglers, scam artists, lawbreakers, and opportunists, inside the hollow center of asteroid Borgo Prime. From there, he hoped to establish his credentials, while adhering to the bounty hunter's creed. At a loss after his arrival, he spent days wandering through the airlocked, low-gravity city. He moved from establishment to establishment, putting out the word that he was looking for work as a bounty hunter. He also made numerous inquiries about the most recent known location of a man named Born and Thal. It seemed every bounty hunter in the galaxy had set out to find Thal, and if Zek could succeed, his name would become famous indeed. Many people laughed at his youthful optimism and his battered ship. Zek fought hard to keep his anger in check, but when his emerald eyes flashed, most of those who had joked at his expense fell silent and turned away. Naturally, Zek could tap into the force if he wanted to, but it frightened him to do so. He dreaded the possibility of slipping again into the endless gulf of the dark side, a place from which he knew he would never escape a second time. One afternoon, he found his way into a popular interspecies bar called Shanko's Hive, whose insectoid caretaker was famous for using his many arms and legs to whirl about, mixing several drinks at the same time. Shanko hibernated for a month out of every year, though, and when Zek entered the hive he found that the insect had cocooned himself in his chambers and would not return again for some time. Shanko had left management of the bar in the capable three hands, actually, of his lead bartender, Droki. The three-armed, blue-skinned semi-humanoid had two eyes centered in the middle of his head, another in the back, and one on top of his bald blue skull. Bornenthal, eh? The bartender said, washing glasses with one hand and mixing a drink with another, while the third arm, which protruded from the center of his chest, reached forward to shake Zek's hand. You do know that No La Tarkona has put out a widespread call, now don't you? She's offering enough credits to interest every bounty hunter in the galaxy. Yes. And you do know that most of them aren't as good as I am, now don't you? Zek countered. I see you don't lack in self-confidence, Droki answered with a smile, flashing glossy black teeth. No, Zek answered. No, I don't. At one table in the back of the bar, two squealing rats threw glowing dice at each other and attempted to catch them in their long, rat-like snouts. It appeared to be some sort of a game rather than an argument. Suddenly loud sirens erupted, along with clanging, whoops, flashing lights, and tinging bells. Zek jumped to attention, fully alert and ready to defend himself. What is it? What happened? Is that an alarm? The ear-splitting noise continued without interruption for a full minute. No, that's just music, Droki shouted over the din. It's that blasted Ishitib popular stuff. Most of the other patrons can't stand it, but, hey, whichever customer puts a credit chip into the music machine gets to pick the tune. Finally the commotion ended, and the three-armed bartender set another freshly washed glass aside. Leaning across the bar, he placed all three blue elbows on the polished countertop and stared at Zek with his front pair of eyes. Listen, kid, I might be able to give you a little errand to run. That is, if you're interested, he said. Of course. I'm ready to take on any assignment, Zek said, a little too enthusiastically. Good. I need you to find somebody who said he had a buyer for a small shipment of mine, Ronic shells with a premium luster finish. He's a scavenger and a trader, sometimes even a bounty hunter, but not too successful at any of those careers. He took off. Haven't heard a thing from him since. Who is it? Zek said. Droki flipped out a small hollow image and switched it on, showing a rodent-like creature with big eyes, large round ears, and a pointed snout. Zek didn't recognize the species. Name's Fontarat. Not overly trustworthy, but I didn't think he'd have the nerve to skip out on me. I'll pay you a modest bounty if you can find him for me so I can sell that shipment of shells myself. The bartender stared at Zek intently. Since you're new at this, you can't command a high fee, of course. Of course. I'm out to establish my reputation, and you're providing me with an opportunity, the start I was looking for, Zek said. Where do I find this Fontarat? The bartender laughed and clapped all three hands together to mimic a round of applause. If I knew for certain where to find him, I wouldn't need to hire somebody, now would I? All right, Zek countered, where should I start to look for him? Now that's a better question, the bartender said. I knew a bit of Fontarat's schedule. He had a few other stops to pick up routing cargo and meet with certain associates, but his last scheduled destination was a human colony known as Gamelin. He never came back, and I never received any word from him. Gamelin, Zek said, letting the word burn itself into his memory. My ship has navigational files, so I'm sure I can find out where that is. Good. And when you do find him, you might want to backtrack his route, because... Droki paused for effect, his round eyes twinkling as if he were a child with a secret. One of those associates Fontarat was supposed to meet along the way was none other than the person you're trying to find for Nolar Tarkona's big bounty, Born and Thal. So, if you do a good job for me, you may just find more than you actually thought you would. Zek felt a surge of excitement. It's a good start, at least. Thanks for the lead. You can count on me. Yes, but don't get too cocky. Everyone else in the galaxy is looking for Born and Thal too, remember? I remember. But it doesn't matter, Zek said. I don't mind the competition as long as I'm the one who finds him first. And with a cheerful wave, he turned and raced back to the lightning rod. Chapter 7. After the battle against the predatory ship High Roller, Loie climbed out of the quad laser emplacement on the bridge of the Tradewind. Though full of energy and pumped up from the fight, he was also disturbed that the ill-conceived ambush had cost their ruthless attacker his life. Turning in a slow circle, Lobaka scanned the viewports, observing the space debris and mangled bits of hull plating that drifted there, all that remained of the bounty hunter's ship. They were safe now, at least until the next unexpected attack from someone else with a grudge against the Thal family. When the weapons officer had been unable to score a hit on the swift High Roller from the control console, Tycho had called on Loie and Jaina to assist him. The attacker's ship had fired relentlessly at the bridge, darting and dodging all return fire, until Loie and Jaina had joined the fray, with their Jedi-enhanced abilities. In the end, one of Jaina's shots had taken out the High Roller, and the danger from outside was truly over. For the moment. Loie's battle-ready reflexes began to relax, but waves of tension still rolled from the quad laser emplacement where Jaina sat. A security guard entered the bridge deck, his face grim. He informed Tycho that Officer Kusk had been apprehended while trying to abduct Raynar and Aaron, and that Jason, Tenelkar, and Raynar himself had thwarted the plan devised by Kusk and his bounty hunter brother. Tycho thrust out his generous lower lip and commented, "Brother? So Kusk was in on it. You see, you just can't get good help these days." Loie helped a shaky Jaina climb from the quad laser well. Her face remained flushed from the excitement of the space battle, but her brandy brown eyes were somber. "If Zek still wants to become a bounty hunter, I hope he never does anything that stupid," she said in a low voice. Loie crooned a soft note of understanding. Tycho Thal approached them, his hands clasped behind his back. "Those bounty hunters must be after all members of the Thal family, including me. Presumably, we can be used as bait to lure Bonan out of hiding." He shook his head. "I wish my brother wasn't so self-centered and foolish. I'm getting a good picture now of what happened," he said. "The High Roller must have intended to create a diversion while Kusk kidnapped Aaron and Raynar, then launched them from this ship in an escape pod or any other craft that happened to be available. Like the Rock Dragon," Jaina said. Loie mulled this over, then rumbled his understanding. "Indeed," MTD piped up. A relatively simple plan. So the High Roller would have broken off its attack, picked up Kusk and the hostages, then made a quick hop into hyperspace, Jaina said as full comprehension dawned on her. But what happened to the rest of the merchant fleet then? Tycho asked. MTD made a sound as if he were clearing his throat. Ahem. If you would allow me, sir, I'd like to access the Tradewinds computers. I believe I might be able to rectify the situation. Direct access to the Tradewinds computers? Tycho's eyes narrowed with suspicion. I've had quite a bit of experience with droids, and I know how susceptible they are to programming glitches. How can I be sure this droid is trustworthy? Programming glitches? Indeed. MTD huffed at the same moment Loie let out a roar of offended pride. Tycho backed away, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. Very well, be my guest. Just don't tell Aaron I gave you access. In a matter of minutes the Wookiee and Jaina had MTD hooked up to the flagship's bridge computer system. As he scanned, MTD began making cryptic comments. Ah, yes. I see. Oh, indeed. Fascinating. Jaina listened, biting her lower lip. Finally she could wait no longer. Mind sharing your insights with us, MTD? Why of course, Mistress Jaina, the little droid said. How remiss of me. It's just that this machine is so marvelously intelligent, and I... Loie gave an impatient bark. Cut to the chase, Jaina said. Go on, droid, tell us what happened, Tycho added imperiously. Well, MTD began in a defensive voice, I should think it is intuitively obvious by now. Officer Kusk had the navigational link to all of the fleet's computers. He sent the rest of them false jump coordinates. So, Tycho said, the transmission burst security picked up a few minutes before our last hyperspace jump must have been Kusk sending the true coordinates to his brother the bounty hunter. That seems highly likely, sir, MTD agreed. Loie was interested to see Tycho's attitude change subtly at this indirect praise from the miniaturized translating droid. A simple and elegant plan, Tycho said. Excellent work, droid. Can you plot us a route to where the rest of the fleet is now? Of course, sir. Nothing simpler, MTD said. I have become quite adept at establishing rapport with Starship Navy computers. Uncle Tycho gave a decisive nod. Very well, do that. He paused for a moment. Oh, and, MTD, is it? When you've finished, can you work out an algorithm for randomizing our hyperspace jumps so that no one will be able to broadcast our coordinates ahead of time? It would be my greatest pleasure, sir, MTD replied with pride. Apparently satisfied, Tycho retreated to consult with the ship's security staff while other crew members went to call Aaron Drothal back to the bridge. Loie gave MTD a congratulatory pat. Who says one can't find any trustworthy help these days? Humph. The little droid said. Even if official ceremonies with the Thal family were boring, Jason thought, meals were not. Their group sat under a soundproof, gravity-controlled dome in a vast room with glossy yellow walls. They all lounged on cushioned benches that surrounded the low toroidal meal table. In the open center of the table, a food carousel turned slowly to display every kind of fruit, meat, bread, vegetable, sweet, and delicacy Jason could imagine. At the very center of the carousel bubbled a fountain filled with effervescent blue osprey ale. Above the soundproof dome, a dozen low-gravity dancers tumbled and pirouetted through the air in the yellow room. But even such a large and wonderful ship as the Tradewind must have seemed like a cage to Aaron and Raynar at the moment, Jason supposed. "Mother," Raynar said suddenly, "tell me what you know about Father's disappearance. I've never gotten anything but second-hand reports so far." Jason snagged a cluster of orange berries from the food carousel and listened carefully. Erin pressed her hands tightly together in her lap, and her lively, intelligent face filled with distress. Bornan said it would be safer if I didn't know about the negotiations he was conducting, some important exchange with a representative of a new political movement. He said that the situation with his contact was quite volatile, but he hoped to have everything smoothed out before the trade conference he would attend on Shumavar. He never arrived at the trade conference, Raynar said, filling in the part that he already knew. But do you know where he went before that? Where was the last place anyone saw him? That much I was able to find out, Aaron said. Before he disappeared, he was going to some sort of mysterious meeting on an ancient planet called Guar. Maybe that has something to do with the secret he was hiding. Then that's where I need to go to pick up his trail, Raynar said. You're not going anywhere, young man, Tycho said. It's too dangerous. This recent little escapade with Kusk and his brother make that all too clear. Kuar, Tenilkar said from across the table. An odd place for a meeting, is it not? Has it not been abandoned for centuries? You've heard of the planet, then? Aaron asked. Only by reputation, Tenilkar said, tossing her red gold braids behind her shoulders. Kuar held a small measure of historic interest for me, since it is one of the ancient worlds conquered by Mandalorian warriors. A fearsome race of fighters. I have studied many of their legends. Hey, doesn't Boba Fett wear Mandalorian armor? Jason said. And when he found us in the Alderaan system, he was looking for Born and Thal. All the more reason to go to Kuar, Raynar said. My father might have left a message there, or at least a clue. It's too risky, Aaron said, shaking her head vigorously. Raynar, if you leave our protection here, 1,000 villains will be lying in wait for you. Exactly, Tycho added. If you went to Kuar you could be playing right into some greedy bounty hunter's hands, or worse. Until we can find out what kind of mess my brother has gotten himself into, you and your mother must stay under the protection of the fleet. Ah, Tenilkar said, aha. But we do not need to stay, my friends and I. Hey, that's right, Jason said. We've got Tenilkar's ship, and we can go wherever we want. Nobody will notice us. Jaina spoke up, looking from Aaron to Raynar. The four of us could check out Kuar for you, let you know what we find. Chloe rumbled his approval, and Raynar's eyes lit with hope. That makes 5 of us, MTD chimed in. Above them, one of the low-gravity dancers paused for a moment with her left foot on the top of the dome, then spun off again. Aaron gazed up and watched the dancer drift away. It's a very kind offer, but I'm afraid I can't let you children. Mother, Raynar interrupted, they're not children. These are young Jedi Knights. They fought against the Shadow Academy and won. Well, in that case, I think it's an excellent idea, Tycho said. I need to get back to Mechas 3 soon, just to check on all the automated systems, or I would make the journey with them myself. The sooner we find out what's happened to Bornan, the sooner we can all get back to leading our own lives. He looked around the table at Jason, Jaina, Loie, and Tenel. Kansas. The fleet will still be in hiding, but you can report back to me with whatever you find, he said decisively, and I'll let you know how to contact Raynar and Aaron again. Raynar looked greatly relieved to have his uncle's support in this. It's all settled then, he said. And I'm glad somebody's finally doing something. This is a fact, Tenelka agreed with a faint smile. Whenever my pilot and co-pilot are ready, we can leave. Jaina gulped down the last bit of Osprey ale in her cup, then jumped to her feet. Well then, she said, I'm ready for just about anything. Chapter 8. Everyone went their separate ways, but all wanted to see Bonenthal safely back with his family. Uncle Tycho, confident in the new hyperspace jump randomization program MTD had created, took off for Mechas 3 in an ornate, boxy ship the color of tarnished brass. Immediately afterward, with the young Jedi Knights still in the docking bay, the Tradewind and the rest of the hidden Bornarin fleet made a hyperspace jump. As soon as the jump was complete, the little translating droid began busily supervising the rock dragon's onboard Navy computer as it calculated the best route to Kuar. Few things pleased Jaina more in the middle of a crisis than knowing she had a mission, and the means to accomplish it. It felt good to be doing something, to be taking an active part in solving the mystery of Raynar's vanished father. She and Loie finished their pre-flight check in record time, while Jason and Tenel stowed supplies aboard the Rock Dragon. When all of the preparations were finished, Aaron and Raynar came to the big flagship's docking bay to see the companions off. Using a time delay message transmission, they had already informed Luke Skywalker of the change of plans, and now the Rock Dragon was ready to begin the search. Plainly, wishing he could go with his friends, Raynar took slow, deep breaths. Jaina could tell he was doing his best to keep the worry off his face. Loie, seeing the young man's distress, rumbled a few encouraging words and thumped him on the back with a huge furry hand. Don't worry about us, Raynar, Jason said. We'll be careful. Trust the Force, Raynar, Tenel said. May it keep you safe. You can leave this job to us, Jaina added. If there's any clue to your father's whereabouts in the ruins of Kuar, we'll pick up the trail. On impulse, she stepped forward and gave him a brief hug, much to Raynar's surprise. Then, to cover her own embarrassment, she gave Aaron a quick hug, too. Well, Jaina said gruffly, turning back toward the Hapen passenger shuttle and motioning everyone inside. What are we waiting for? Once they left the merchant fleet behind, Jason felt a subtle tension building inside him. He felt glad to be going along, but he didn't have a purpose yet on this trip. Jaina and Lobaka were able to direct their energies into piloting the Rock Dragon. Tenel searched for more information about the planet Kuar, punching queries into a datapad on her lap. But Jason just waited around, with nothing important to do. He didn't like feeling at a loss. At first he considered just leaning over and reading along on Tenel's datapad, but he rejected that idea, afraid the distraction might annoy her. He had to think of something more substantial to occupy his thoughts. He didn't want her to think of him as a useless male, as so many of the men on Dathomir and Hapes were considered. He didn't want to think of himself that way. He cast about the cockpit looking for some useful task, and his eyes lit on MTD, who was plugged into the navigational control panel. "Hey, MTD," he said at last. "As long as we have the time, let's review everything we know about the disappearance of Born and Thal. Can you keep a list for me?" "Why certainly, Master Jason," the translating droid replied cheerfully. "I'm always happy to be of service." Jaina glanced over her shot rider and flashed her brother a grin. "Good idea. We can all listen in." Loie growled the obvious, that Thul's last known destination had been the meeting on Kuar and then he had disappeared en route to Shumavar. "Point noted," MTD said. "Next?" "Well, we know he was in the middle of some tricky negotiations," Jason said. "Something about a political movement. The Diversity Alliance. And that he was keeping the subject of those negotiations a complete secret," Jane added. "Dad was worried about them." "Excellent," MTD said. "Do go on." "The Twi'lek woman Nola Tarkona was somehow involved in the negotiations," Tenelka said. "Indeed. If I might add a point," MTD said, "in the rubble field of Alderaan we learned from the Slave Force computer that Boba Fett was hired by Nola Tarkona herself. That would imply she doesn't know where Born and Thul is either, so we can logically dismiss the possibility that she somehow captured him or destroyed his ship." "That makes sense. Nice piece of work, MTD," Jason said. Loie growled the observation that Born and Thul might have been captured by someone else, or he might be in hiding, or even dead. In any case, it seemed as if half the bounty hunters in the galaxy were out looking for Raynar's father. The Diversity Alliance had offered a lot of credits for the merchant's recovery. "The price must be high enough to risk dying for," Jaina said with a shudder. The bounty hunter in the High Roller seemed to think so. Jason thought for a minute. All those bounty hunters must be assuming that Born and Thul disappeared voluntarily and doesn't want to be found, he said. Otherwise, why go to such great lengths to get Raynar and Darren as hostages? Kusk and his brother must have intended to lure Thul from hiding using his family as bait, Tenelka agreed. "What else do we know?" Jason mused. "Well, if Thul is hiding, something must have happened to spook him," Jaina observed, "and spook him badly." In a flash, an idea hit Jason. "Hey, MTD, access the news reports in the week leading up to the time Born and Thul disappeared." "Why certainly, Master Jason. What sort of news?" Jason shrugged. "I'm not sure. Look for anything big or significant that might have happened along the general route Born and Thul would have taken between Kuar and the trade conference on Shumavar." "Dear me!" MTD exclaimed. "I suppose that narrows it down a bit, but do you know how many systems there are?" "Just do your best," Jason said. "I always do, Master Jason," the droid replied. "One moment, here's something," he said. A double solar eclipse occurred on the fourth planet in the Debray system. The young Jedi exchanged glances. Finally Jason said, "I don't think that helps us any. What else do you have?" MTD made a noise that sounded oddly like gnashing teeth, then continued. There was a global election on Cath 2. He paused briefly, notable only for the fact that not a single human was elected to office, although fully 1/3 of Cath's population is human. The Diversity Alliance was campaigning heavily there. Lowy barked to comment. Yes, very odd, MTD said. Probably won't help us in our search, though, Jaina said, raising her eyebrows and waiting. Please continue, MTD, Tenelkar prompted. Odder still, MTD murmured after a short pause to retrieve more data. It seems that contact was completely lost with an all-human colony on the planet Gamelin. No one has heard from them since the day after Born and Thul's appointment on Kuar was to have taken place. Ah, Tenelkar said. Anything else? Jason asked. In all probability, yes, Master Jason, MTD said. Please be patient. I have 15,342 other files to search. Jason leaned back in his seat and sighed. The trip to Kuar was going to be a long one. Chapter 9. When the lightning rod arrived at the small colony of Gamelin, Zek powered up his comm system to request clearance to land. Despite repeated hails, however, he could raise no one. In fact, his ship's scanners detected no signs of life at all on the human settlement. Then again, the sensors hadn't been checked since Zek's run-in with Boba Fett in the rubble fields of Alderaan. He'd have to have them tuned up when he got to a port with a good mechanic bay. Maybe he could even arrange for Jaina to do it. There were times when he longed to see her again. The colonists had built only one city on Gamelin, a frontier town. According to its coordinates, the settlement currently lay on the night side of the planet, approaching morning. But from orbit, Zek could spot no city lights when passing over its position, even with his high-powered electro-binoculars. He found this curious. The three-armed bartender on Borgo Prime had been quite specific. The missing scavenger Fontarat had come here. And Zek's own brief twinges through the Force told him that Droki must be right. But if so, where was everyone? As he continued to orbit the planet, he wondered if the city had suffered a massive power outage. Or maybe this was standard procedure here. A colony strapped for resources and credits might shut down all power every night as an austerity measure. Zek noted the position of the town on the edge of the planet's night side. The local time would be almost morning. In the absence of any direct communication from the surface, he began a conservative standard descent, confident that all his questions would soon be answered. He would see for himself. Gamelin was dry and rocky. Zek's instruments indicated a strong breeze that gusted regularly, moving the dust around. As the lightning rod cruised over the frontier town, dawn began to break. The sun spilled yellow-gold light across the silent settlement. Instead of a bustling colony, though, Zek found only death. Clusters of weathered prefab buildings lined streets laid out on a precise grid. He spotted no movement, no lights, not even the flicker of candles or torches, though he did see several blocks that must have been gutted by a fire raging out of control. It had burned itself out, but there was no evidence that anyone had even tried to stop the fire. He powered up his comm system and broadcast repeatedly, Gamelin Colony, this is the lightning rod in, please respond. A tingle ran down his back, echoes of the Force warning him to be cautious. This place did not look right. Did not feel right. Had it been abandoned? Entirely evacuated? And if so, why had no one left a beacon? As he came in lower, Zek saw the first body lying face down in the street. Fine dust obscured most of the body, but there was no mistaking that the person was dead. Now, knowing what to look for, he distinguished other human forms sprawled about, arms and legs akimbo, completely covered by the perpetually blowing dust. Zek couldn't believe what he was seeing. He used his scanners as he flew over the entire city, and still detected no signs of life. Are they all dead? He muttered to himself. Had Fonterat come here and been killed by whatever had wiped out the rest of this human colony? Maybe there was nothing wrong with the sensors after all. This was beyond anything in Zek's previous experience. He set the lightning rod down in a clearing and prepared to investigate the disaster, feeling compelled to do so. He'd come here merely to find another scavenger, one who might provide a clue to the location of Born and Thul, and to fulfill his first assignment as a bounty hunter, but now he had one more mystery to solve. Could Gamelin have been attacked and wiped out by pirates or marauders? Perhaps even some leftover Imperial fleet? He didn't think so. He saw no collateral damage, no blasted buildings, no explosion craters, only the section of burned homes, which could well have been an accidental fire from some heat source left untended. He shut down the lightning rod's engines, but kept them primed just in case he had to leave in great haste. He paused at the exit hatch before unsealing it, afraid of the stench of death he was sure awaited his first breath outside. If the entire population had died, then no one was left to dispose of the bodies. Zek froze with his finger on the hatch controls. Wait. What if this was a virus or bacteria of some kind? That could explain how everyone had been struck down, why all the buildings seemed abandoned, why no one answered the comm signals. A plague, spreading like wildfire with 100% mortality rate. Zek shuddered. A disease so horrible it killed everyone, and he had almost opened the lightning rod and breathed in the air. Zek went to a supply locker and found an intact environment suit. The lightning rod's decontamination systems were still operating efficiently, or at least he hoped so. Peckham had never known when he might need to sterilize a cargo for transport from one planet to another. Zek suited up, tied back his long dark hair, and double-checked the seals on his gloves, on his boots, and around his helmet lock. He took more care than he would have had he been about to step into hard vacuum. Indeed, the creeping plague might well be an even more unpleasant death than the vacuum of space. Once he stepped outside the ship, he could feel the wind rippling gentle fingers across the fabric of his suit. His breathing echoed in his ears, reflecting back inside the helmet so that it sounded as if he were hyperventilating. When he switched on the suit's external voice pickup, he heard only a sighing breeze, like the panting of a grieving parent too exhausted to cry any longer. He heard the hissing of sand and dust being blown around, the groaning of empty buildings, settling houses. But he heard no signs of life. Nothing at all. He walked along the street. The buildings around him were tall, their windows like blind eyes. He found cadavers sprawled on the street, smothered by drifts of dust. He stood close to one and nudged the sand away with his thick boot, exposing a shriveled, desiccated arm. The skin had turned grayish, peppered with strikingly vivid blotches of blue and green. He could not bear to uncover the dead man's face, though. Yes, this must be a plague. All fight. A terrible plague. As bad as the death seed sickness that had struck down so many people years before. He walked down the street, leaving footprints that were gradually erased by the shifting dust. All around him the dead city seemed eerie, oppressive. He switched on his loudspeaker, turned up the volume, and shouted into the numb air, "Hello? Is anyone alive? Can anyone hear me?" He listened intently, trying to discern any rustle of movement, some weak survivor crawling to a doorway, hands outstretched for help. Instead, Zek heard only the echoes of his own words bouncing upward off the abandoned buildings until they were swallowed in the dust-laden sky. He trudged on down the street, feeling dread. He realized he would never find Fontarat here, at least not alive. And what good would it do him to find the scavenger dead? He did not want to go inside the darkened buildings, which were little more than decaying tombs. Then, through a gap in the buildings leading to a broad courtyard beyond, he saw a glint of metal not yet covered with dust, a ship. Apparently it had landed not long ago. As he stopped, he recognized the vessel's configuration, the odd elongated form and ovoid main body. He had seen that vessel among the shards of Alderaan and chased it through the asteroid field, but it had eluded him in the forest of rocks. Slave 4. Feeling a sudden sharp tingle of warning, Zek whirled in his bulky suit and stumbled to one side just as a blaster bolt struck the ground at his feet, fusing the sand into a lump of molten glass. Unable to run in his unwieldy suit, he staggered against a railing outside one of the prefab buildings and saw the helmeted form of Boba Fett stride out from the sheltered doorway. The bounty hunter pointed his heavy blaster directly at Zek. Zek had a weapon attached to his suit, but he would never be able to draw it in time, and he doubted he could shoot faster or more accurately than the fearsome mercenary Boba Fett. Slowly, he raised both of his gloved hands in surrender. His thoughts whirled as he tried to figure out a way to escape this situation. If Boba Fett recognized Zek as the one who had shot at him in the asteroid field of Alderaan, the bounty hunter might take great pleasure in eliminating him just for revenge. "I had thought no one remained alive on this world," Boba Fett said in a rough voice filtered through the speaker in his sealed Mandalorian helmet. "But I see I was wrong. And now you are my captive." Chapter 10. Kua, fifth planet orbiting a single sun in a star system of the same name, Tenel Ka said, reading from her datapad while sitting in one of the crew seats of the Hapen passenger cruiser. Still capable of sustaining human life, but apparently abandoned for some time. "Does it say anything about particular cities or structures?" Jaina asked, craning her neck to look out the Rock Dragon's cockpit window port, peering down toward the unwelcoming landscape below. "Unfortunately, no," Tenel Ka said, consulting the datapad again. Lobaka rumbled a question about the level of technology that might remain on the planet. No data on the technology of Kua's inhabitants either. In fact, Tenel Ka said, holding up a finger to forestall the question Jason was about to ask, "Other than the legends of the Mandalorian warriors, I have found nothing about the former inhabitants." Jason's face fell, then he brightened again. "What about wildlife? Interesting animal species or plants?" Tenel Ka shook her head grimly. "These files contain minimal data. Little that is of any use to us. only the ramblings of historical scholars speculating about the original inhabitants, before the Mandalorians swept through. None of the data is current. Even planetary archaeologists do not place this site on their priority research lists. Hey, MTD, do you have any other information about Guar? Jason asked. Dear me, I'm afraid to say there's not much, really, aside from what Mistress Tenelka has already told you. And I have the coordinates, of course. The little droid made a sound like an aggrieved sigh. I imagine that's not very useful at this point, is it? We're already here. We'll be able to speculate all we want about Kua in a couple of minutes, Jaina said. We're almost to the atmosphere. Okay, hit it, Loey. The young Wookiee flicked a few switches, and the ship nosed down toward the vast sky that spread its thin blanket over the curved surface of Guar. Jaina flashed a conspiratorial grin at her brother and Tenel Kansas, as I always say, show me, don't tell me. Tenelka raised an eyebrow and turned to Jason. Does she always say that? I have not heard her say it before. Jason merely shrugged. The rock dragon dove into the atmosphere. The magnified views of the distant landscape below alternated between occasional rock formations and various colors of dust or sand. It seemed as if the dusts of time had sifted over the entire world. But excitement had overtaken Jason, and he was impatient to know more about the mysterious place beneath them. Hey, what do the readings say? He asked. Life forms, Jane answered succinctly. Quite a few, in fact. Definitely non-human, at least the life forms we're picking up right now. Loey gave a thoughtful purr. Quite right, Master Lobaka, MTD said. There's no telling yet whether the life forms are sentient or not. A few thin clouds drifted high in the atmosphere like worn and tattered lace, but they did little to obstruct Jason's view through the window port. From this height, the surface seemed relatively flat and featureless. What about buildings? He asked. Loey studied the readouts again and woofed a few times. Most assuredly, Master Lobaka. Those are definitely not natural formations, MTD said. I'd hardly call them buildings, however. The structures are certainly old, but there's something odd about them, irregular, as if they're only half there. Ruins, perhaps? Tenelka suggested. Quite probably, MTD agreed. Why don't we just get closer and see? Jason asked impatiently. That's the best way to find out. Jaina sighed. I purposely stayed high, in hopes that we'd spot a city or smuggler's encampment, or pick up a beacon of some sort to show us where any inhabited areas might be. I thought it would be the easiest way to figure out where Born and Thul might have gone. You're right, though, we'll have to go down closer. Jason grinned at her, raising his eyebrows. Well, what are you waiting for? She took the rock dragon lower until they were skimming just 200 meters above the surface. In most areas, the vegetation was fairly sparse. Rocky spikes and pillars and mesas jutted up from the landscape. Occasionally, Jason saw what looked like a nest of some sort on one of the outcroppings. The color of the dirt, sand, and rock varied from cream, to saffron, to gray, to pale blue with purplish striations, to bright ochre, to stark obsidian. Loey woofed and tapped the control panel in front of him. Yep, I see it, Jaina said. What kind of structures? Jason asked. I'm afraid I can't say, MTD replied. They are approximately 3 kilometers ahead of us. At least that's what the ship's sensors indicate. There, Jaina said as she slowed the rock dragon and dropped even lower. The thick wall that surrounded the small city atop a high, strategic hill was broken in several places. Some of the buildings inside the enclosure seemed in good repair, but others were cracked and crumbling. A variety of furred and feathered creatures bounded, scurried, or swooped from building to building. Yellow, six-legged reptiles with curly tails clung to the sunny side of every wall or turret. No people, Tenelka observed. Somebody must live on this planet. Maybe they just don't like this city for some reason, Jason said. The others might still be inhabited, though. He wished they could stop to explore, so he could study the strange creatures he had just seen, but Jaina pulled the rock dragon up and had already begun looking for the next city. They flew for hours across the surface of the planet, zigzagging back and forth to cover more ground. They came upon a score of other ghost cities, fortresses, and villages in varying states of disrepair. None were inhabited, and none had been disturbed in centuries. Civilization on Kua had died out long ago, and it seemed that no new settlers had taken up residence here. They found no news to Bornenthal's whereabouts, no evidence to show he or anyone else had been here. Jason was beginning to get nervous. He could see Jaina biting her lower lip. Where are people when you need them? He heard her mutter. You don't suppose, Jason began, that some war or virus or something could have killed everybody on Kua, do you? Jaina darted him a startled look, as if she had not thought of this. No, Tenelka said simply. The Mandalorians used the planet briefly after they conquered it. Then they abandoned this place. Rest assured, Master Jason, MTD chimed in, all evidence indicates that the settlements we're seeing have been deserted for hundreds if not thousands of years. Jason relaxed slightly. Okay, there aren't any people. Then what exactly are we looking for, anyway? No people, no beacons. Jaina mused. Where would strangers plan to meet? A landmark maybe? Jaina said. There is much surface area to cover, Tenelka pointed out. It would have to be an obvious meeting place, then, Jaina said. Something that's easy to find on a planet this size. Loie rumbled that the meeting place would need a good landing area nearby. Okay, that's what we're looking for, then. Jaina nodded. Trust me, I'll know it when I see it. Jason, Loie, and Tenelka exchanged amused glances. As it turned out, Jaina was right. Just before dawn she saw a broad-based mesa that rose a kilometer above the cracked and dusty plain. As they drew closer, it became clear that the plateau, which was close to 3 kilometers wide, was not really a mesa. The majority of the mountain's flat top had collapsed into a deep crater, surrounded by an artificially broad, level rim, forming a gigantic natural arena. Houses and tunnels and walkways and stairs had long ago been built into the interior sides of the crater. From the floor of the crater rose the ruins of a vast array of tall, crumbling buildings. A network of rusty chains connected the tops of these structures, like the web design of some deranged insect. Jaina brought the rock dragon in for a smooth landing on the broad lip of the crater. "Here we are," she said smugly. "Landmark. Easy to spot. Excellent landing area. This would be my guess." Loie agreed enthusiastically. "Our sensors indicate no signs of airborne contaminants that would endanger the lives of humans or Wookiees," MTD assured them. "The atmosphere is perfectly breathable." "Everybody out, then," Jaina said. "Time to stretch our legs." "Great," Jason sighed, unbuckling his crash webbing. He was already thinking about what kinds of unusual creatures they might encounter, hoping he would find some of the interesting specimens he had seen from the air. "Now the next stage of our search begins," Tenelka said. "The real work." She followed Jason down the shuttle's exit ramp, breathing deeply of the dry air. Jaina and Loie tumbled after them, eager to move about after their long journey. Jason ran to the edge of the deep crater and looked down at the patchwork of ancient buildings, chains, and walls dappled by shadows. "It could take a long time to search all that," he said. "It's a whole city." Loie gave a negative growl. "Loie's right. I think it would be more logical to start up here," Jaina said. "The best place to set down a ship would be somewhere along this rim." She made a sweeping gesture with one arm to indicate the wide ledge that encircled the crater, rather than down there. After a brief consultation, the young Jedi Knights spread out from the rocky edge and spaced themselves to cover the greatest area. They walked slowly around the rim, scanning the ground ahead and to each side for any sign of a recent disturbance in the ancient settled dust. After several false alarms, which turned out to be nothing more than a gouge out of the rock, a shiny feather, or some animal droppings, Jason, who was closest to the outer rim, saw something flutter up ahead. Shading his eyes with one hand against the direct glare of the early morning sun, he ran forward, certain in his heart that he had discovered something important. To his great disappointment, though, he found nothing more than a flat grey slab of rock, as large as one of the serving trays back at the Jedi Academy. His sister, Loie, and Tenelka dashed up beside him. "What is it?" Jaina asked. "Nothing, I guess," Jason said. "I thought I saw something colorful moving over here, fluttering, kind of. Maybe it was just a bird or a plume of dust, I don't know." Tenelka bent low and circled the rock. "Ah. Aha," she said. She reached beneath the edge and pulled. "Lobaka, my friend?" she began, but before she could finish her request, Loie had already lifted the slab of rock high overhead and tossed it aside down the steep edge inside the crater. Tenelka straightened. In her hand she held a long piece of cloth, a sash, sewn from alternating strips of yellow, purple, red, and orange fabric. "The colors of the House of Thul," she said matter-of-factly. "Rayna's mother also wore such a sash." "Why, bless me," MTD exclaimed. He was viewing the scene from a perspective that none of the others had. "Does the House of Thul also place inscriptions on its clothing?" "Not that I've ever noticed," Jason said, wondering what the little droid was getting at. "May I see that?" Jaina asked. Tenelka handed her the sash. Jaina grasped the material with one hand near each end and stretched it out straight. She scanned the sash, then flipped it over. "Look." Jason moved closer. Sure enough, There on the yellow band of material scratched in faint grey letters was a message. "Danger," it said. "If I am caught, all humans in mortal danger." Thul. "Gracious me!" MTD exclaimed. "If this warning is genuine, then I do hope Master Thul is safe. If not, we're doomed." Chapter 11. Under the hazy mid-morning sunshine of Kuar, Jason stood with the other young Jedi Knights outside the Rock Dragon. They talked earnestly, waiting until all ideas had been discussed to make their decision. It reminded Jason of those political meetings his mother always complained about, but now he saw the necessity for careful planning. Considering the ominous message on the sash, he and Jaina, Tenelkar, and Loie needed to be certain their next step in the quest to find Raynar's father was a prudent one. "Well, we know he came here," Jason said, "and had some kind of important meeting, then left that warning written on his sash." Tenelkar nodded, her warrior braids swinging like red gold chains. "Yes, and the business Born and Thul transacted must be connected with his disappearance." Jaina paced on the weathered ground. But what was it? And why did they come to this planet? Is Kuar just an out-of-the-way meeting place, or was there some connection to the ancient Mandalorians? Jason rubbed his hands together and grinned eagerly. "Hey, I think we should explore those ruins some more. There's plenty of places we haven't looked into. Who knows what clues we might still find." Loie growled, his fur ruffling. MTD translated. "Yes indeed, and who knows what vicious creatures we might find." Jason bobbed his head, still grinning. "Yeah, just think." Holding on to the thick rusted chains, careful to avoid the broken staircases and treacherous ramps, the young Jedi Knights made their way down the cliff wall into the stadium. Out in the hazy distance, clouds of dust hung like brown soup in the air. The bowl-shaped crater had once been the home of towering buildings, a crowded and sheltered city. Later, the Mandalorians had turned the entire crater into a fighting arena. Now, though, the forgotten metropolis lay abandoned and decaying, filled with thousands upon thousands of years of unrecorded history. The companions worked their way along open galleries gouged into the cliff. Tenelkar pointed out that the Mandalorians had allowed spectators to watch violent gladiatorial combats from such galleries. But it looked as if no spectator had sat in these stands for half the age of the galaxy, and the Mandalorian warriors who had once made their homes here had long since moved on in their endless nomadic conquests. In the shadowed interiors of alcoves and stadium rooms, Jason marveled at the immense outgrowths of shelf fungus, colored pale pink and lavender and peach. Some mushrooms formed circular platforms, while others rose up in conical spikes like stalagmites. Centipede-like insects burrowed through the foamy flesh of the fungus, making miniature warrens. Jaina studied the scuffed dust around their feet. "Looks like something moved through here not long ago." Jason perked up. "Do you think it might have been Raynar's father, or whoever he was meeting here?" "This is difficult to determine. The prints are blurred," Tenelkar said, bending down. "The tracks could be human, or some other creature. We must be cautious." "You're always cautious, Tenelkar," Jason said. "It's one of the things I like about you." "There's certainly a great deal to be said for being cautious, Master Jason," MTD intoned. Jaina turned her glow rod toward an arched opening to a passage that led deeper into the cliffside. "This looks like a main tunnel," she said. Her light splashed on a fallen pillar and rooms filled with crumbling rock from collapsed ceilings and walls. The scuffed tracks led deeper into the tunnel, and Jason scratched his tousled brown hair, trying to imagine why Bonanthal would have gone inside this chamber. Had some precious artifact been hidden here, away from prying eyes? What was he after, and why would it spell doom for all humans if he was caught with it? Inside the passage, shadows clung to them like a blanket soaked in oil. They pushed onward, clustering close to Jaina's glow rod. "Master Lobaka," MTD said, "would you be so kind as to reposition me? I'm afraid my optical sensors are picking up nothing more than the rock wall of the tunnel. From this angle I can't even add to the level of illumination in here." Lobaka sniffed the sluggish, stale air, growled low in his throat, and reached down to move MTD to a better position on his Shirane fiber belt. "I will provide us with more light as well," Tenelka said. She removed her lightsaber and gripped its intricately carved bone-white handle. She pushed the power stud, and her brilliant turquoise energy beam flashed out like a javelin made of light, dazzling them all. Just then the monster struck. The creature charged toward them, a huge battering ram of spined legs, jointed footpads, an armored body core, and fangs, many fangs. The thing seemed as large as an Imperial Scout Walker. "Oh, do look out," MTD said. Tenelka leapt in front of the beast as the other young Jedi Knights fell back, scrambling for their lightsabers. Jason tried to focus his dazzled eyes as the glistening creature thundered forward. A bone-jarring roar emanated from a gullet deep behind its clacking jaws. The monster was spider-like and enormous, spines like wicked thorns sprouted from every joint. Its body core was crimson, splotched with a jagged marking on its back that looked like a death's head. Jason recognized the creature. "I think that's a combat arachnid," he said. "They're very rare and very deadly. I never thought I'd get to see one." "Aren't we lucky?" Jaina said. She drew her own lightsaber, but Tenelka was bearing the brunt of the creature's attention. The warrior girl held her lightsaber upright, her jaw set, her face grim. She swept the blade back and forth, ripping a gash of light through the air. "Stay back," she snarled. The monster reached out with a long clawed foreleg, trying to grab Tenelka, but she slashed low, slicing off its footpad. The creature bellowed and reared back, jabbing its spined legs at her like an armful of lances. Slashing again, the warrior girl drove in and severed another of its many legs. Lobaka ignited his molten bronze lightsaber with a roar of challenge, and stepped forward. "Do we have to kill it?" Jason said, trying to think of an alternative. Drool slathered the combat arachnid's grinding jaws, and its many bulbous eyes looked like black pearls reflecting the lines of light that danced over its polished exoskeleton. Jaina said, "This is one creature you're not taking home as a pet, Jason." Reluctantly lighting his emerald green lightsaber, he stood ready to fight beside his friends. Teeth bared, Lobaka planted himself next to Tenelka, swinging his lightsaber like a club. He nipped off several sharp spines that rose from the combat arachnid's back, but one of the creature's forelimbs flashed out and tore into his fur, making the young Wookiee stagger backward. "Lobaka?" MTD scolded. Lowy roared in pain as he looked at the shallow wound along his rib cage. Jaina chopped away another flailing leg, but the combat arachnid had too many limbs, and now it was angered and in pain. The beast pressed them back, trapping them between a pile of fallen rock and the wall. "Oh, looks like we can't get out," Jason said. He stood in front of his sister, his green lightsaber held high, but the combat arachnid swatted him aside, knocking him into Tenel, Kansas. In the instant the warrior girl lost her balance, the creature struck. It grabbed Tenelka and lifted her up into the air, ready to kill her. "No!" Jason cried. Tenelka. He tried to reach the monster's mind through the force, but the creature reared up and trumpeted a challenge. Bellowing, Lowy charged into the fray. The enraged combat arachnid knocked him backward, its spined limbs jabbing like sharp spears in every direction. Its jaws clucked together, ready to shred flesh from Tenelka's bones. Jason didn't think he could attack in time to save his friend. The creature was too powerful. It could sustain a great deal of damage and many more wounds before it suffered a mortal injury. Jason drew a deep breath, determined to attack anyway. Just then, Jason saw a movement in the opening out into the sunlight. A tall hairy silhouette appeared. It let out a deep-throated, yet somehow melodious, Wookiee roar and fired a powerful blaster rifle. The dazzling energy bolt splashed across the combat arachnid's lower set of eyes, another blast followed, and a third struck the remaining eyes on the spider creature. The combat arachnid's thick shell was too strong to be split open by a mere hand weapon, but the creature hissed and flailed. With a shuddering spasm it dropped Tenelka and backed up against the wall, its jointed forelimbs writhing and clawing at its sides. The female Wookiee voice growled, and Jason, who was closest, could hear enough of the words to understand the message with his meager grasp of the Wookiee language. "It's temporarily blinded," he translated. "We've got to get out of here before it recovers and attacks us again." "No argument from me," Jaina said, picking herself up. Lowy, pressing a hairy paw to his injured side, staggered away from the battleground. His hand rapidly became covered with blood. Jason helped a stunned but otherwise uninjured Tenelka to stand, pulling her arm around his shoulder so that he could walk outside with her. As they returned to the one sunlight, Jason got a good look at the tall chocolate-brown Wookiee, a female wearing a tattered weapons belt to which were clipped many sonic grenades and thermal detonators. Lobaka stopped and stared at her, absolutely stricken. He groaned. Jason could tell that Lowy had said no actual words, he had merely voiced an expression of amazement and disbelief. The female Wookiee spoke again, and MTD bleeped in surprise, recognizing the name. "Rabakish? Master Lobaka, are you saying that this is your deceased Wookiee friend from Kashyyyk, the one who disappeared in the deepest levels of the forest?" Jason gasped. "Blaster bolts. This is Raba? You mean she's not dead after all? How did you escape?" Can we talk about it later?" Jane urged, throwing a glance over her shoulder. With a non-committal grunt, the female Wookiee gestured for them to hurry. They ran after her, knowing there would be time for questions, many questions, after they were safe. Once the combat arachnid was a good distance behind them, Jason let himself become engrossed in speculation about what had happened to Lobaka's dear friend and where she had been for all this time. Chapter 12. In her private chambers connected to the throne room grotto, Nola Tarkona sat at a long polished table carved out of lava rock. Though the day outside was broiling hot in one direction and disastrously cold in the other, the Ryloth cave warrens remained at a pleasant, constant temperature. Dimness was an ever-present companion. Across from her, Adjutant Advisor Hovrak shuffled his paraphernalia, preparing for his daily presentation. The Shistavanen Wolfman stared at the electronic datapad on which he kept the most secret records of the Diversity Alliance. With clawed fingers Hovrak punched buttons, calling up entries in his encyclopedia of alien species. Nola watched with interest. The records had become an obsession with the Wolfman. Holographic images gelled into focus from his catalogue, and the Adjutant Advisor discussed their progress, referring to the new entries he had compiled. The sharp image of a broad-shouldered, long-limbed Cyclops rotated to show the brute's features from 360 degrees. "An Abyssin," said Hovrak. "Not very smart, but violent and brutal. Once trained, they are great fighters. We have quite a few already in our ranks, and I believe that with a little effort we could get most of their species to join the Diversity Alliance." Nola nodded, taking in the information as Hovrak called up the next entry. "Shah, a small reptilian species." She saw a squat creature, its head mounted low on its shoulders as if its neck had retracted into its spine. The slitted eyes were set wide apart. Delicate scales covered a sloping head that looked like a snake's. Wily, ambitious, untrustworthy, though the Char can be counted on to look after their own interests. Nola nodded, tapping a claw against her newly resharpened teeth. "Then we must convince them that being loyal to the Diversity Alliance is in their best interests." "My thoughts exactly," Hovrak said with a snarl. "Several Char have been tricked into joining Luke Skywalker's Jedi training center, but I believe most have no great love for humans and their domination." Nola stroked her one intact head tail, feeling the tingle of sensations. She had tattooed designs across the smooth, greenish flesh. The stuttering pain of the tattoo needles had been excruciating on the intensely sensitive skin of her brain appendage, every touch of the ink-filled stinger needles a throb of painful exhilaration, and she had endured it. Few Twi'lek males could tolerate such prolonged agony, and now everyone who saw her tattoos could not help but admire her endurance. It added to her power. Nola's other head tail, which had once been so long, so supple, so beautiful, had been blasted off in the violent battle when she had overthrown her slave master, killed him and his henchmen, then made her escape. Although losing a head-tail was a severe handicap to Twi'leks, Nola Tarkona had survived. In the twitching stump she had implanted an optical sensor that could pick up images from behind and relay them to her brain, thus increasing her deadly mystique. This Twi'lek woman who had overthrown a male-dominated culture, slaughtered her masters, and launched a powerful political movement literally had an eye in the back of her head. Chevin, Hovrak continued, a species easily recognized by their startlingly long faces and huge heads. The display showed a creature whose chin hung down nearly to its ankles. Many humans find them unsavory, particularly ugly, but the Chevin view themselves as opportunistic realists interested in their own well-being. Nola smiled. "We are interested in the well-being of all alien peoples." Hovrak pointed to the image on the datapad. Unfortunately, we still have no representatives from this species, despite our propaganda campaign. Then I believe we ought to work harder to recruit at least one Chevin, Nola said with a faint frown. Even if it takes a bribe. Yes, Hovrak said, growling deep in his throat. Nola Tarkona's disappointment in his failure to recruit a Chevin came as a personal defeat to Hovrak. I believe I shall concentrate my efforts on that species. A Gamorrean guard strode in and stood snuffling at attention. Because they were intensely loyal and able to follow orders, so long as they were simple enough, Nola had found the porcine guards to be good henchmen. She didn't for a minute expect that they might betray her, they were too stupid to think of such a thing. Lunch ready, the Gamorrean said in a phlegm-filled voice. Hovrak froze the image on the datapad and stood up, his fur bristling. Good, I'm ready for food, fresh food, wet food. He snarled in anticipation, flexing his claws. Deciding to stretch her legs as well, Nola followed the wolfman out to the main grotto, where holding cells dotted the walls. Another newly arrived prisoner? She asked. Saliva had already begun to run in the wolfman's mouth. Yes, a fresh one, fresh from Concord Dawn, convicted of cheating at Sabak. Cheating at Sabak, nothing more? Nola said. And they sent him to you? On Concord Dawn, cheating is a capital offense. Hovrak's black lips curled back away from his fangs. And laws are laws. Moving with stiff, tensely coiled muscles, as if he were stalking prey, Hovrak strode toward one of the cell doors. Besides, he snarled back over his shoulder, one of the senior magistrates there, a Deveronian, is sympathetic to our cause. He opened the cell door, clenching and unclenching his clawed hands. From inside the prison chamber a weak voice, a deliciously human voice, wailed, "Please let me go. I'm innocent. I didn't know cheating was a capital offense. I'll never do it again." Hovrak merely snarled. The voice changed abruptly in tone. "Wait, what are you doing? Stop. No." The human voice ended in a gurgling scream. Then one of the Gamorrean guards slammed the cell door so that Nola didn't have to listen to the wet, tearing sounds as the wolfman ate his lunch. Nola waited patiently. She decided not to take a meal now. Not yet. She usually ate alone in her private chambers, dining on food she prepared herself. It was a habit she had developed, not that she expected any members of the Diversity Alliance to poison her. No, she knew how fiercely loyal they were. She just liked it better that way. More self-sufficient. Nola would have liked to dine with her half-sister, if lovely Ula had survived to see these glory days. Nola Tarkona had brought supreme triumph to the Twi'leks, and especially to females of the species. But not before her half-sister had been captured as a slave, her teeth sanded flat, her memories of family and clan hammered out of her. Poor, innocent Ula had been brainwashed, stripped, beaten. Her entire life had become one of servitude, dancing and otherwise pleasing the whims of those who had paid to own her, body and soul. Twi'lek dancing girls were highly prized throughout the galaxy. One of the despicable criminals of their own species, Bib Fortuna, had cast his lot in with the highest bidder and acted as a simpering henchman to a crime lord, with no pride in himself or in his people. Fortuna had purchased Tula and other dancing girls, dragging them against their will to serve Jabba the Hutt. Ula had served indeed, and served well. Nola had dug deep to find details of her half-sister's time in the Hutt's palace, even receiving spy hollow images of how well Ula had danced, the grace with which she moved, her greenish skin glistening with sweat, her head tails flying about like the wind in a storm. Ula had given the Hutt everything he wanted, until one day, on a whim, Jabba had fed her to his pet Rancor. The imprisoned monster had devoured Nola's dear half-sister in much the same way that Hovrak now snacked on the hapless scam artist in the cell. Ah well. At least the scam artist was a mere human. Nola felt a twinge of sadness at the memory of her half-sister, imagining how, together, they could have proven themselves to the galaxy at large. But soon she let the grief turn to anger. Nola had always found anger to be a more productive emotion anyway. Finally, the wolfman emerged from the cell, wiping blood spatters from his muzzle and his fur with a self-moistened napkin. Then he tossed it away, along with the stained apron he had worn to protect his Diversity Alliance uniform. He meticulously combed his black-brown hair and, using a long claw to pick a shred of food from between his sharp teeth, straightened his adjutant advisor uniform again. Now then, esteemed Tarkona, shall we return to work? Yes, Nola said, stroking her single head tail and walking back to the private meeting chambers. We have only a standard hour until I must depart for the grand campaign on Chroma Z. If we do our work properly there, we can gain converts throughout that system. Let's hope so, the Wolfman said. I don't believe the Chromans are on our list yet. They returned to the private chamber, and Hovrak punched his electronic datapad again. Now then, let's see. Another alien appeared in the holographic projector, a blue-skinned goat-like creature with a trio of eyes on stalks protruding from its forehead. The Grands, easily distinguishable by their 3 eyes. Traditionally unreliable, easily bribed, and quickly addicted to drugs or liquors, but shrewd and often underestimated. If we could recruit several, they could infiltrate the seediest cantinas in the galaxy. The adjutant advisor continued through the alphabet. Chapter 13. Raba sprinted ahead on her long Wookiee legs, leading the way to safety as they fled up broken ramps and half-collapsed staircases in the honeycombed warrens of the cliffside stadium. A network of sagging chains draped across the dust-filled crater, connecting to weathered building tops in a sinister high-wire network. Raba cinched her ragged headband, once bright red but now faded to a dusty carmine, more tightly around her forehead. She chuffed at them to hurry and continued to lope through alternating islands of sunlight and barricades of shadows. Dear me, all this running is beginning to jiggle my circuits loose, MTD said. I do wish we could pause so that Rabakish could explain a few things. I'm most curious to know why she would allow poor Master Lobaka to believe she was dead all this time. Just then, a series of clattering, rustling noises came from several cliffside tunnels, like the ghostly echoes of long-departed spectators at the great gladiatorial games. No. Like marching insectal feet with sharp claws and hard body armor. Then again, explanations can wait, the little translating droid said. I propose that we make getting to safety our highest priority. Sounds like more combat arachnids, Jason said, panting and puffing as he ran. Lots and lots of them. This place must be infested. I thought you said they were rare creatures, Jaina snorted. They're a bit too common for me right now. Hey, it's not my fault, Jason said. They are rare. But combat arachnids were bred for showcase battles in arenas like this one. So I'm guessing that a bunch of them were brought here for exhibition fights. These are probably feral descendants of the victorious ones left by the Mandalorians when they abandoned this world. Survival of the fittest, Tenelka said, her granite grey eyes flashing at Jason. They seem fit enough to hunt for their own food. Don't worry, Tenel-Kansas, I won't let any of them get you again, he said. She raised an eyebrow at the very suggestion that she would require anyone to protect her now, and kept running. Loie turned around and snarled when he heard something else approach. Something threatening. He pressed a paw against the bleeding gash in his side, ignoring the pain of the wound as he sniffed the air. As Jason turned to look, 3 combat arachnids scurried out of the shadows in front of them, mandibles clacking, deadly spines extended, positioned to fight as a predatory team. They're in front of us. We're doomed, MTD said. A moment later, 2 more combat arachnids boiled out of the chambers behind them, trapping the companions along the walkway precipice that looked out upon the sprawling crater. Oh, no. We're double doomed, the little droid wailed. Raba held her battered blaster in front of her. Jason and Jaina, Tenelka, and Loie each powered up their lightsabers again. Raba growled and looked meaningfully, almost apologetically, at Lobaka, as if she hoped to live long enough to give him all the explanations he desired. She gestured across the bowl of the crater to the broken building tops where her ship, a small interstellar skimmer, waited on one flat rooftop. Thick, dangling chains stretched out from the wall across the yawning gulf, connecting to the distant tower. The chocolate-furred Wookiee bellowed and pointed urgently. You want us to climb out there? Jason said. Tenelka strode to the thick corroded chain and grasped it with her one arm. You can use the Force to help you balance, my friend Jason, she said. If you concentrate, it will be no worse than walking on a forest path. Forest path, huh? Jason asked with a gulp. Sure. No problem. Raba bounded onto the chain as the combat arachnids started forward from both directions, their pointed limbs flailing, multiple eyes blazing with hunger. Loie bellowed and lunged back at the creatures, sweeping his molten bronze lightsaber in a broad arc. He lopped off 3 limbs from the nearest creature as if they were stalks of grain. The combat arachnid shrieked and staggered backward into one of its companions. The second, already enraged monster struck out at the stumbling, wounded arachnid and the 2 creatures began to rip at each other. Greenish clots of blood flew through the air. The other arachnids ignored the distraction, however, and drove in for the kill, focused on their intended victims. Tenelka stood easily on the rusty chain, legs spread, perfectly balanced in her glittering lizard-hide armor. She reached down and grabbed hold of Jason. Come, my friend, I will assist you. Hey, thanks. He gasped. To show my appreciation, I'll tell you a joke when all this is over, okay? That will not be necessary, the warrior girl answered quickly. Please, I require no such expression of gratitude. With fluid Wookiee grace, Raba began to sprint across the incredible drop as if the sagging chain were a rope bridge. Her heavy footsteps sent jolting vibrations along the links, and even with the force, it was all Jason could do to maintain his balance. He crept along one tiny step at a time. Jaina climbed up after him. Lobaka, agile from climbing trees and vines for most of his life on Kashyyyk, easily brought up the rear. He moved backward along the chain, still pressing one hand against his wound and holding his lightsaber with the other. Unfortunately, the thick chains and the perilous height did not deter the combat arachnids. The spined carnivorous creatures clambered onto the chain as if it were a web they had spun. When the companions had scrambled about halfway to where Raba's ship had landed, Loie bellowed an order. MTD called to the others, "Master Lobaka urges you to increase your speed, although I myself would suggest that you also exercise extreme caution." "We're being careful, MTD. Don't worry," Jason said, easing forward a couple of steps. "That is most reassuring, Master Jason. However, I still reserve the right to express concern about your well-being." As if to make MTD's point, a cold, dry breeze picked up, howling in the open air. Jason wobbled. "Blaster bolts," he said, windmilling his arms to stabilize himself. The chains creaked and swayed beneath him. "I'm not sure this is such a good idea." "Maybe not," Jaina answered, glancing at the chasm below them, "but falling down there is an even worse idea. So what are we waiting for?" Although the combat arachnids moved more slowly along the chains than the agile Wookiees, they might still be able to catch up with the humans before they reached safety. Realizing this, Loie held his ground, wrapping his Wookiee feet around the links of the chain, bending his hairy knees, and holding his lightsaber up to defend his friends from attack. He gestured with his claws extended, urging them to go on ahead without him. Raba grunted encouragement to him and increased her speed, leading the way. Tenelka followed, keeping her careful balance, but Jason had trouble following as quickly. Jaina held both of her hands out to steady herself. They crept forward as quickly as they dared, desperately making their way toward Raba's ship, and possible rescue. One of the horrible creatures finally reached Lobaka, and he met it with his lightsaber. The combat arachnid reared up, using several legs to maintain its balance. Its crimson body core glinted menacingly under the hazy sun of Ku'ar. Loie slashed with his lightsaber, but the arachnid dodged sideways, eluding the beam. In a counter-strike, it swept out a segmented leg and caught the ginger-furred Wookiee with the tip of one foot pad. The blow knocked him backward, and Loie toppled off the thick chain. Jason and Jaina both screamed. At the last instant, though, Loie reached out with his free arm and grabbed one of the heavy metal links of chain. He swung beneath it, using his momentum to bring him up and around to the other side of the combat arachnid. As the creature stretched down to snatch at him, like a fisher trying to scoop a meal from a stream, Loie grasped one of the arachnid's stable rear legs and used it to haul himself back up onto the chain. The arachnid turned, trumpeting its outrage. Loie swung his lightsaber like a club and cleaved a long gash through the center of the monster's eye cluster. The creature roared and thrashed, spewing venomous saliva from its mouth hole. It took all of Loie's strength to evade the arachnid's attack and reach its body core. Then, with a great growl, he shoved the monster off the thick chain. It trailed its many legs as it fell down, down, until it splattered in a starburst pattern far below at the bottom of the crater. Lowy scrambled backward, getting to his feet and regaining his balance again as the other combat arachnids hesitated, wary now that they had seen their Wookiee foe emerge triumphant from battle with one of their kind. Raba finally reached the other end of the chain where it was anchored to the high rooftop. She sprang from the chain and stood waiting, ready to offer her help to the young Jedi Knights. Tenel Ka moved to the anchor point and stopped to extend her hand to Jason as he inched toward her, trying not to look down. Lowy's wrestling match with the combat arachnid had made the chain bounce and shake so much that Jason and Jaina had been forced to spend most of their concentration on not falling, rather than making forward progress. Now, though, as they neared the dubious safety of the rooftop and Raba's ship, Lowy began bounding toward them along the chain, running with uncanny balance to catch up. The two combat arachnids that had not yet given up the chase scrambled after him, hissing and clicking, ravenous for fresh food. Raba yanked one of the small detonators from her crisscrossed ammunition belt, set the timer, and without pausing lobbed it in a perfect arc. The detonator sailed across the open air. Seeing the glittering object, the foremost combat arachnid reared up to catch it, as if the thermal detonator might be some sort of flying prey. The grenade detonated, shattering the creature's exoskeleton like 1,000 chips of glass, spraying its innards in all directions. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Jason sideways. He spun, grabbed for balance, and then slipped from the chain, but Tenel Ka's arm shot out like lightning to seize him by the elbow and halt his terrible fall. Spurred by the thought of all that open air below, Jason and Tenel Ka drew on the Force together to bring him back up again. Then the two of them, along with Jaina, finally scrambled to the sturdy rooftop, where it was safe, almost. The final combat arachnid, seeing its prey about to escape, increased its speed. It hissed and scrabbled along the chain, climbing like a deadly acrobat. Lowy bounded ahead, ignoring the gusts of wind, planting his feet firmly from one link to the next. The last combat arachnid dosed the gap, its jaws clacking. Lowy could not look behind him to fight. His best chance was to reach the rooftop before the creature could grab hold of him. The wound in his side was bleeding profusely now, but the young Wookiee didn't seem to notice. "Come on, Lowy," Jason cried. "You can make it." With a final burst of speed, Lobaka leapt the final several meters to the rooftop. The last combat arachnid charged forward like a land speeder out of control, but Tenel Ka thought quickly, efficiently. In a flash of blazing turquoise, she swept her lightsaber downward to sever the ancient metal links that anchored the chain to the rooftop. Just as the combat arachnid reached out to grab for the companions, the chain broke free and fell away with the monster still clinging to it. The heavy links of corroded durasteel plummeted, carrying the unwilling passenger down, until it struck the far side of the amphitheater wall with enough force to squash the multi-legged creature. His heart pounding, Jason was relieved to see how isolated they were on this skyscraper, away from the walls of the great crater. Lowy slumped to the rooftop, shaking and exhausted. Raba came over, put her arm around his shoulder, and gave him a powerful hug. She touched the wound on his side with a groan of concern, then went to her ship to rummage for a medikit. Lowy looked up at her, his eyes filled with 1,000 questions. "My That was exciting, wasn't it? MTD said. Chapter 14. Squeezing all the young Jedi Knights into Raba's interstellar skimmer proved to be a challenge, especially with the two large Wookiees. But Loie did not mind being in such cramped quarters with his friends, and Raba. The wound in his side still burned, but Raba had efficiently applied a graft bandage to the injury, finding her well-stocked medikit quickly, as if she had cause to use it with some frequency. She calmly helped the exhausted companions settle into her crowded skimmer, which she had named the Rising Star. Loie found it very unsettling to see the chocolate-furred young Wookiee woman, a friend whom he had once mourned as dead, now resurrected before him. He kept his eyes on Raba's glossy coat as she guided the little craft across to the rim of the crater where the rock dragon waited. She flew with a speed and conscious skill that stopped just this side of recklessness. Her eyes flashed bright, her movements were strong, and she seemed to be avoiding conversation. Loie felt a growing discomfort. He wanted to ask Raba so many questions, find out why she had disappeared, why she hadn't communicated with him for so long. Her loss and apparent death had been one of the saddest experiences in Loie's life. Master Lobaka, if you would be so kind as to give me a bit more room, MTD said. Loie looked down at his waist to find that he was so hunched over in the cramped cockpit that the little droid had been smashed between his stomach and his thigh. Yet somehow Loie hadn't noticed the discomfort. After he rearranged his lanky limbs to remedy the problem, the little droid sighed. "Ah, thank you, Master Lobaka. That's much better. Now my systems aren't in danger of overheating." Circling the broad crater, Raba brought her skimmer in for a smart landing 50 meters from the rock dragon, and the young Jedi Knights gratefully climbed out, stretching their cramped muscles. In the aftermath of their ordeal with the combat arachnids, they all thanked her profusely. Raba, though, seemed indifferent to the gratitude of the humans. Jason and Jaina joked in relief after their near brush with death. Loie could see curiosity about Raba on the twins' faces and sensed the questions that clamored to be asked. Tenelka's expression was less readable, but he could sense her interest as well. Rabakish straightened her dusty red headband, pushed the ornamented armlets more firmly against her biceps, and gruffly asked if she could do anything else to help. Jaina's brandy brown eyes narrowed in a shrewd expression that Loie knew well. "Yes. Matter of fact, I really need to run a calibration check on the jump sequencer in our hyperdrive," she said. "I'll need Jason and Tenelka to help." A surprised-looking Jason interrupted. "But Loie always helps you with." Jaina nudged him none too gently with her elbow, and Jason subsided into conspiratorial silence. "Thing is," she continued, "we're here looking for someone important, and I'm wondering if we overlooked any clues that might help. It would really mean a lot to us if you and Loie would do one more circuit of the crater rim, just to see if there's anything we missed. And maybe you could do a few flyovers of the crater while you're at it." "Ah," Tenelka said, nodding. "Aha. An excellent plan." Humans could be much more perceptive than aliens gave them credit for, Loie reminded himself. He was pleased when Raba instantly agreed to the arrangement. She seemed happy to help in the search for Born and Thul, or perhaps she just preferred to be away from the other young Jedi Knights. She made no objection to Lois accompanying her, though, and he hoped she wouldn't avoid talking to him once they were alone. Lois knew from their past time together that Raba was not one to stand around once a decision was made. With a few bounding leaps she was back at her skimmer, climbing inside as she tossed a glance behind her at Lois. He trotted after her, and then settled himself in the Rising Star's co-pilot seat, a position that had begun to feel natural to him. With a blast of repulsor jets that sent plumes of dust into the shimmering air, the Rising Star lifted off, and Lois' spirits lifted with it. Through the front viewport he could see Jaina toss him a light-hearted salute before Raba banked the skimmer and took off in the opposite direction around the rim. Finally sharing a moment of privacy with her, Lois felt the growing impact of the good news: Raba was alive. She had not been torn to pieces by wild animals in the lower levels of Kashyk's jungle, or swallowed whole by a deadly shireen plant. But where had she been for so long? And why had she not tried to contact her friends or family to reassure them of her safety? Lois' sister Siren had been as distraught as he himself had been. He remembered their terrible months of shared grief. Lobaka stared through the skimmer's front viewport for a few minutes, dutifully searching for clues that might lead them to Born and Thul, and hoping that Raba would broach these difficult subjects herself. She did not. In fact, she said nothing to him. At first he grew irritated that Raba did not start a conversation. She had been the one who disappeared, leaving all of them to mourn. Then, knowing the pain and discomfort her words would necessarily bring, and wondering what excuse she could possibly give, he began to dread what she might say. Finally, Lois could no longer remain silent. Clearing his throat with a growl, he began his question in a voice filled with tension. At the same moment, Raba started to talk. The two Wookiees' words tumbled over each other, merging unintelligibly in the confines of the small cockpit. As each realized the other was speaking, they stopped, waited, began again at the same time, then burst into chuffing laughter at the absurdity of the situation. With that tension released, Lois was finally able to ask Raba what had happened on the night of her disappearance. Raba replied in halting tones at first, averting her eyes. Her yearning to do something important and unusual with her life had been great, so great that she had been willing to risk her life to assure it. Lois had already known that much. One night, without telling anyone, Raba had brashly decided to attempt her rite of passage alone, asking for no help from Lois or Sierra. But she had no sooner set out from the Wookiee Tree City, had barely descended into the reasonably safe upper mid-levels of the thick Kashyyyk forest, when a vicious Khitan had attacked her. Immediately, her hopes for completing the mission by herself were ended. Though she managed to drive the Khitan away, the beast left its mark on her, tearing a pair of deep gouges along her ribs with its fangs. Raba knew full well that the scent of blood would bring other nocturnal predator running, ready for an easy meal. To stay in the forest now would be foolish, she realized, and to descend farther would mean certain death. But to go back would mean impossible shame and embarrassment. Her only hope for survival lay above, in the treetops, in the safe, cozy Wookiee homes where she had lived all her life. Yet even as she hauled herself up branch after branch through sheer determination, Raba found little hope in the prospect of simply surviving, going back to what had been her routine. Her brave attempt had been an utter failure. Even cocky children climbed deeper than she had gone. She had no heart to go back to her friends and family and admit that she had begun her rite of passage only to retreat in cowardice at the first sign of danger. It was better for them to think her dead. And her death would free her to pursue other dreams. Raab and Loie finished their search around the crater's rim, and the dark-furred Wookiee woman took the rising star out into the center of the crater, landing it atop another tall building on the pretext of getting the best overall view of the city in the deep rock-walled bowl. When the two Wookiees climbed out of the craft, Loie saw that Raaba had brought him to the highest point inside the crater. From the top of the creaking building rose a towering structure made of open metal latticework, a lookout tower or a corroded communications relay, Loie guessed. Its peak rose more than 100 meters above the top of the building, level with the distant rim of the crater. Wind whistled through the rusted girders. Loie's heart raced at the sheer height of the structure. Without hesitation, Raaba sprang onto the latticework and began to climb. Needing no encouragement, Loie followed suit. "Master Lobaka, do be careful," MTD scolded. "Do I need to remind you that you are injured? You shouldn't be exerting yourself in such a fashion." Exhilarated at being with Raaba, though, Loie ignored the pain in his side, careful not to tear loose the graft bandage. Soon he drew even with Raaba as they climbed higher and higher, where their Wookiee instincts told them they would be safe and protected. After a few minutes he prompted Raaba to continue her story where she had left off. The feigned death had been a liberating experience for Raaba. Once she had decided that her family would be better off thinking her dead than a failure, a giddy feeling had come over her. If she was truly dead, she had nothing left to lose. She could start over, become a new person. She had pressed her supply pack against her stomach to stanch the flow of blood from the injuries the Khatan had inflicted. Then, knowing she would travel more easily without it, she left her pack behind as a decoy, in hopes that the blood-stained pack would draw away some of the voracious predators already on her trail. She concentrated only on climbing, increasing the distance between herself and danger. At the same time, she distanced herself mentally from her home, her friends, everything she had known. Now, as they climbed the open framework of the rickety tower, Raaba looked over to check the graft bandage covering Loie's injury from the combat arachnids. Perhaps, Loie thought, it reminded her of the wound that, as far as her loved ones knew, had cost her her life. Finally, during that long nighttime ordeal, weak from loss of blood, Raaba had made her way to the hangar platforms on the outskirts of the Wookiee Tree City and stowed away on a Tal's freighter. The Tal's first mate who found her, tended her wounds, and listened to her story, told Raaba that he knew of someone who could help her in her plight. He had been as good as his word. The furry white pilot and first mate had taken her directly to Nola Tarkona and invited her to join their burgeoning new political movement, the Diversity Alliance. Loie absorbed the name of Nola Tarkona with great interest. It seemed that the charismatic leader's name came up in conversation more and more frequently, yet he knew little about the Twi'lek woman. The two Wookiees finally reached the top of the tower and perched themselves comfortably on the creaking metal latticework, letting their feet dangle. Loie relaxed into the sense of peace and safety he always felt when he was up high as the tops of the Rosha trees on Kashyyyk. His ribs still stung, but he ignored the pain. Raba touched Loi's arm and pointed to a feathered avian that swooped and dove around the tower, snatching Iridi's scent flying insects from the air. Then she continued with her story. The compassionate, visionary Twi'lek woman, Nola Tarkona, had frightened Raba at first. Her lone twitching head, tail and stern features intimidated the young Wookiee. But Nola had asked nothing of her and had seen to it that Raba had the best of medical attention. When Raba was fully recovered, the Twi'lek had offered her a place to stay, a ship of her own, intensive pilot training, and a job flying for the Diversity Alliance and helping to spread the word about the idealistic new movement. The opportunity was everything Raba had hoped for, and she gratefully accepted. She came to admire Nola Tarkona, to identify with her fiery enthusiasm, her single-minded pursuit of her goals. Day by day Raba learned more about the atrocities that humans, whether in service to an empire or a republic, inflicted on the alien species of the galaxy, all alien species. As Loi listened uneasily, Raba described many examples of the torture or enslavement of aliens by humans. She explained how Nola Tarkona believed that by banding together, the non-human races could put a stop to such practices and protect themselves. In their unity, in their diversity, lay their strength against the oppressors. Nodding his shaggy head, Loi agreed that it did sound like a worthy cause, to help the many downtrodden species recover from the damage inflicted by the prejudiced and evil Emperor. He and his friends, Jason, Jaina, and Tenelka had often banded together to fight for an important cause or against a common enemy, he told Raba, and they had always been stronger together. Flashing him a dubious look, Raba pointed out that humans could not always be trusted, and that deception came in many forms. The remark hurt. Loi trusted his friends as much as he had always trusted Raba and Sira. Brushing down the dark streak of fur over his eyebrow, he asked mildly if letting friends think you were dead, letting them spend months mourning you and grieving for you, was one of the forms that deception came in. Raba groaned at the rebuke, admitting in a pained growl that she had been unfair to Loi and Sira and to her own family. She had been reluctant to go back to Kashyyyk, however, until she had made something of herself, something she could be proud of. She wanted to return home successful and triumphant, a Wookiee hero. She refused to be seen as a coward who could not finish what she set out to do. Now, with her work for the Diversity Alliance, she felt proud of who she had become, and things were changing. Then her voice sank almost to a whisper and she apologized for leaving Loi, for all the pain she had caused him. Loi nodded mutely and traced a finger along the trimmed fur at Raba's wrist and knee. He thought of his sister Sira and how she, too, still felt the pain of a lost friend. He couldn't wait to bring Raba back home. It would be a fine celebration. Far below, a pair of avians chased each other through the rusted latticework and darted out the other side. Almost as if she could read his thoughts, Raba turned her hand palm upward to grasp Loi's and assured him that she would no longer hide behind a lie. She had important work to do, important work for the Diversity Alliance, and that required her to stop hiding. Loi wondered what Nola Tarkona had said to Raba that could possibly command such devotion. Chapter 15. The world of Chroma Z boasted the most spectacular amphitheater facilities Nola Tarkona had ever seen. A broad balcony served as a speaking platform, the absolute center of attention halfway down a sheer cliff face. The balcony podium was bracketed on either side by a bifurcated waterfall, two streams of rushing water that slithered down the cliff to join again in a churning pool far below. Cold, damp spray surrounded the platform, reeking of chemicals. Nola would have found the water undrinkable, had she been inclined to try it, so contaminated was the water with natural petroleum from oil seeps, bubbling black pools near the source of the river, that the tumbling falls were coated with a sheen of oil. Huddled in cliffside galleries, the gathered Cromans watched and listened. Tossing her writhing head tail over her shoulder, Nola scanned the thousands of faces, perhaps tens of thousands, that poked out, while the remainder of the Cromans' bodies hid in the shadows. They were worm-like humanoids with smooth heads, smooth skin, and webbed hands. They burrowed into mountainsides and chose homes near trickling water to keep themselves perpetually moist. Their eyes were huge and round, their mouths lipless and quivering. When Nola stepped up to the podium to speak to them, the Cromans raised their voices in a thundering, bubbling cheer. The Empire had enslaved the Cromans as miners, using their natural propensity for burrowing to harvest mineral resources on hellish planets. On each slave world, the Imperials had made a practice of choosing one random Croman as an example, to ensure the cooperation of the rest. They would drag the unlucky specimen out of the group's damp and comfortable tunnels and then make a great show of fastening the victim onto a sun-baked rock, where it would writhe and desiccate under the heat, oozing protective body slime until all its moisture reserves ran out, leaving only a mummified husk. Such were the excesses that humans visited upon all alien species, Nola Tarkona thought. She bit down hard, grinding her sharpened teeth together. Before she started her much-anticipated speech, two pale Cromans emerged at the very top of the cliff, near where the tumbling waterfalls plunged over the edge. They carried torches high in their topmost hands, keeping the hot flames as far as possible from their sensitive wet skin. The pair of Cromans squirmed forward to toss the flaming brands onto the oil-slicked water. The flames caught and traveled quickly. A sheet of fire spread, covering the surface of the water with blazing color. Twin molten banners of glory unfurled as the fiery streams surged down the cliffside to celebrate Nola Tarkona, leader of the Diversity Alliance, their most revered speaker. The flames blazed, the Cromans cheered, and Nola raised her voice. My esteemed colleagues, my dear friends, those who have also felt the crushing weight of human persecution, you do me great honor. She was well aware of the spectacular image she must have presented, framed by streams of fire. Looking at you all, thinking of the past and what you have suffered, I know how your memories must have left scars on your hearts, on your entire civilization. But it truly saddens me to tell you that your story is not dissimilar to what has happened to my own people, to the Calamarians, to the Botherns, to the Ugnaughts, to the Rhodians, to practically every alien species in the galaxy. It makes me weep. But the fire of my anger evaporates all of my tears. Nola fell silent for a moment, respecting the memory of the tortured and the dead. And let us not forget the treatment of the Wookiees, enslaved for their brawn and their mechanical abilities, or the Nogri, whose planet was devastated and their people forced to become killers, or the Ithorians, whose verdant and sacred jungles were burned, purely out of spite. Too many others of our kindred have suffered at the hands of the human-loving empire. We must put a stop to the human reign of terror. Tarkona let her piercing gaze travel around the galleries, making eye contact with individual Chromans whenever possible. You know the truth of my words. Over the centuries, humans have brought us sorrow in countless ways. Shouts and howls of outrage exploded from the gathered Chromans as they vented their frustration at the years of oppression and senseless slaughter. And yet, she waited for them to quiet down enough that she could be heard. And yet, that very sorrow has been a harsh and effective teacher. We must remember what we have learned, and never allow it to happen again. Murmurs of anticipatory excitement rippled through the galleries. Nola Tarkona gauged her audience, sensing when they were ready for her to go on. Now, humans must come to experience the full extent of our pain, and share in it. Only in that way can they ever truly understand what they have done. By sharing our sorrows with them, we can lessen those sorrows. Humans must understand in their hearts that we will no longer bow to their aggression. She filled her voice with all the unwavering fervor of her convictions. Her remaining head-tail thrashed with agitation. And sharing our knowledge and our strength can lead to release, for all alien species. To freedom from the tyranny of all humans, for all time. Thousands of Chroman faces leaned forward, hungry for her next words. Join me in my diversity alliance, and we need never fear enslavement again. The crowd roared. Now that she had finished, Nola felt her own heart beating with the passion of her belief. She understood the terror of this species, of all oppressed species. She felt their anger, their need for revenge, a revenge that she and the Diversity Alliance could provide, if only all races from all species would work together to demand the respect and autonomy that was rightfully theirs. She stared at the crowd, and it seemed to her that the number of worm-like spectators had doubled since she'd begun her speech. High up on the cliffside, out of view, several Chroman workers operated a dam mechanism that shut off the flow of water to the split streams of the waterfall. The fiery water slowed to a trickle, then stopped as the last feathers of flame fell into the pool below, where they burned themselves out. After a few moments' pause, the workers opened the dams again, this time at full force. Foaming white water stampeded over the edge, still smelling of chemicals. Nola Tarkona raised her clawed hands, and all the Chromans cheered wildly, welcoming her as their savior. She would do her best to live up to that expectation, no matter what it might take. Chapter 16. On the plague-ridden colony world of Gamelin, Boba Fett strode from the doorway, extending his blaster as he approached his captive. Zek could read no expression on the helmet-encased face, but he sensed attention and a wariness in the bounty hunter's movements. Fett stalked forward, as dangerous as a tightly coiled spring. I recognized your ship as it flew over, Boba Fett said. You are the one who fired on me in the Alderaan rubble field. He paused. Few have shot at me and lived. Zek knew his own expression must be murky and inscrutable behind the faceplate of his environment suit. You were trying to kill my friends. I only defended them. Boba Fett stood straight, as if taken aback. He raised his blaster pistol a little, slightly off target from Zek. Then you fired upon me with honor, he said. Understandable. Zek couldn't believe what he was hearing, but through his force senses he could tell that Fett was sincere. He took a gamble. "I wasn't trying to steal your bounty, you know. I'm a bounty hunter, too," he said boldly. "I'm still in training, but I have my first assignment." "And is your assignment the same as mine?" he said. "To find Born and Thal? If so, we are rivals." Zek chose the safest response, while still answering truthfully. "No, I got my assignment from a 3-armed bartender on Borgo Prime. Droki told me to find one of his scavengers, Fonterat, who supposedly came to this colony. Unfortunately, it looks like my lead was a dead end. That is, it looks as if everyone is dead." Fett snapped up his blaster pistol, then holstered it. "Your mission does not conflict with mine. No bounty hunter may kill another on a hunt unless they are direct rivals. Bounty hunter's creed. I will not harm you." "Then why did you shoot at me?" Zek asked. Gradually he lowered his hands from his gesture of surrender. "Had I truly intended to hit you, I would have succeeded," Boba Fett said. Zek shuffled his booted feet, uncomfortable to be surrounded by one deadly bounty hunter and hundreds of unburied colonists killed by some unknown disease. "So, do we go our separate ways then? I need to find information about my bounty." Fett marched up to Zek. "No. We stay together. There is little enough to search in this town, and either of us might find valuable information." "Aren't you afraid of catching the plague through your helmet?" Zek said. "My sensors indicate that the plague organism has died out," Fett answered. "I deduce that the strain was fast-burning and short-lived." Zek didn't question the statement. "In any case, my helmet is airtight." They sought out the spaceport's traffic control tower on the assumption that travel records might help them to unravel the mystery of the last days of Gamelin. Since the turbolifts were inoperable, they climbed the clanging metal steps to the peak of the tower. Giant windows cut into the walls of the circular chamber alternated with dead grey computer screens that had once displayed flight paths. 3 bodies clad in rough uniforms sat slumped on chairs, grey-skinned and covered with the green and blue plague blotches. Imagining the stench of death inside that hot, enclosed chamber, Zek was glad he had kept his suit helmet on. Boba Fett nonchalantly yanked a body out of one chair as if it were no more than dirty laundry, then seated himself in front of a terminal. Zek took his position at another screen, happy to see that the backup systems and the power grid remained functional. After a rapid search, he began to download the last few files in the logbooks. Silently, Fett searched for details known only to him, while Zek scanned the arrival records for any indication of a visitor named Fonterat. In the oppressive silence, he turned to the other bounty hunter. "What led you here to this planet?" "A rumor, a hunch, a partially restored bit of data from a damaged file. Given that half the bounty hunters in the galaxy were out searching for Thal now, Zek figured it was the best answer he could expect. "Well, it looks like I found the record of my target," he said, spotting an arrival document naming Fonterat. He played the record, which showed the docking of the scavenger's ship as well as a manifest of its cargo. Zek was pleased to note that the bartender's ronic shells were still on the list. Within hours of Fonterat's arrival, though, the plague had begun to spread through the human colonists on Gamelin. This last entry, Zek said, scrolling ahead, was made just 1 day later. He punched up the record, and the image of a diseased, Disfigured man lurched in front of the recorder. His hands trembled, his skin had a slack and blotchy appearance. Zek thought he recognized the dead controller Boba Fett had tossed out of a chair only moments before. "This plague has hit all of us," the man croaked. "Must have come in aboard the ship of that alien trader. He brought the plague here." The dying man sucked in a deep, shuddery breath. He's not affected by it. He seems to know something about it, though he is without symptoms. We have imprisoned him in our small brig to give. He coughed. To give us time to investigate. Crime was rare here on Gamelin. We all worked hard together to make this our home. Now nothing is left to us but death. Everyone is dead. Man, woman, child. I fear there is no one left alive even to feed our plague carrier. Fonterat. He collapsed onto one elbow, trembling. No matter, he deserves no less for bringing this total devastation upon us. The man slumped forward, coughing and wheezing, without turning off the recorder. Zek fast-forwarded through several minutes of the man's gasping convulsions, and then the log recorder's timer shut it off automatically. Fonterat may still be alive, Zek said. I've got to find the town brig. He turned back toward the metal stairs, and was surprised when Boba Fett followed close behind him, his armored boots clanging on the floor. After searching through several likely buildings on the silent streets, Zek finally threw open the door to a small secured facility with bars on its windows. Once inside, he pulled a glow rod from his suit pocket and shone it on the row of makeshift cells, most of them empty. He crept forward, peering from one into another. Small creatures skittered about, tunneling into the ever-present dust that had gathered in the corners. One human prisoner sprawled out on his bunk, showing the now familiar symptoms of the plague. Justice comes in its own time, Boba Fett observed. No matter what this man's crime was. Zek found Fonterat, dead, in the fourth cell. Though the alien scavenger had been immune to the strange plague that wiped out the entire human colony, he had not been immune to starvation and neglect. Judging from the information on the log tapes, Fonterat had been trapped in his cell, without food or water, for more than 2 weeks. Zek worked the controls outside the cell door. They were simple enough, but he used the Force to nudge the code and unlock the security systems. As the door swung open, Zek stepped in, uneasy with anticipation. His breath echoed in his helmet. He recognized the small rodent-like alien from the hollow the bartender had shown him, big eyes and ears, pointed snout, and fine gray-brown fur across much of his body. In his delicate, stiff hands Fonterat clutched a message cube. The light blinked on the top. He had left some sort of final recording. Boba Fett was there first, grabbing the message cube. Hey, Zek said. Fonterat is my bounty. You're interfering with my hunt. Bounty Hunter's Creed, remember? Your hunt is concluded, Fett said. We will both view this message. With a gauntleted finger he punched a button, and a holographic projection appeared in the air above it. In his cell, the little alien looked miserable and distraught. Fonterat held the holocube as if he found it difficult to speak. Though Zek imagined he had rehearsed his words over and over again before punching the record button. They gave me this message cube to speak any last words to my loved ones. A sniveling little laugh escaped Fonterat. Loved ones. If I had any loved ones, I wouldn't have spent my life hopping from one assignment to another for so little pay and so much risk. He moaned softly. I did not mean to bring this epidemic upon the human colonists of Gamelin, but no Latar Kona did. I see that now. I did not even know my ship carried the plague. I gave her 2 samples of the terrible organism, but I never dreamed she would repay me by planting one on my own ship, in the code-locked chest that held my payment, so that I would spread it to the first human colony I visited. The humans were helpless against the plague. In their efforts to stop it, the colonists incinerated my cargo and burned out the inside of my ship. But it did no good. If no Latar Kona has her way, I fear that annihilating Gamelin will have been merely an exercise. A test case. However, I believe she has been foiled, at least for now. I told Bornenthal, our middleman, the secret of what her cargo held when we made the exchange. I gave him the Navy computer, and he gave me the code to unlock the chest holding the payment the Twi'lek woman gave me in advance. The image of Fontarat made a rasping sound that must have been meant as a laugh. She betrayed me. Now he has disappeared, much to Nola's outrage. I hope she never finds him. Fontarat swallowed several times, as if looking for more words, then switched off the recording. What does that mean? Zex said. It means Fontarat could have led me to Bornenthal, my quarry. But now he is dead and useless to me. The bounty hunter did not seem to care about the implications of the message, though he did hesitate, perhaps pondering what Latar Kona's involvement with the deaths on Gamelin might mean. Without asking, Zek took the message cube from Fett's gloved hand. Mine, he said. I can use it to prove that I found my bounty, to demonstrate that Fontarat is dead. The message cube is of no use to you. Boba Fett stared coldly at him through the visor of his Mandalorian helmet. The information is of use to me, but I have already heard it. Take the message cube. I hope our paths do not cross again as competitors. Fett spun about and began to march out of the brig. At the door, he paused, turning his sinister helmet towards Zek. It is against my principles to offer information at no charge, but remember this, never cross Boba Fett. He checked the blaster pistol at his side. Follow that advice, and you may survive to become a great bounty hunter. Zek stood and watched Boba Fett until he was out of sight. Just to be sure he had left no stone unturned in performing his assignment, Zek located the burned-out husk of Fontarat's ship and verified that the cargo had indeed been destroyed. Then he slowly returned to the lightning rod. Chapter 17. Jason woke refreshed and full of energy, thanks to the comfortable sleeping gear from the Rock Dragon. A noticeable tightness in his arms and legs reminded him of yesterday's strenuous activities, the search along the crater rim, the climb down into the ruins, not to mention being chased by giant combat arachnids. All in a day's work for a young Jedi Knight, he thought with a smile. Jason stretched his muscles and enjoyed the freedom of lying outdoors under the stars on an insulfo mat that was large enough to sleep a full-grown Wookiee. With a tingle of alarm he remembered that Loian Raba had still not returned to the Rock Dragon by the time the rest of them had decided to turn in the night before. The 2 Wookiees had been inseparable during the evening meal and afterward, talking in low unintelligible voices with MTD switched off for privacy. Long after dark, Loie and Raba had left for a walk along the crater rim, deep in discussion, catching up on old times. Jason had worried whether, in their preoccupation with each other, the two might fall prey to some nocturnal hunter. He thought it unlikely, though, since Loie had his lightsaber and his Jedi senses, and Raba had a good blaster at her side. He sure wouldn't have wanted to tangle with them. Tenelka had dissuaded Jason from waiting up for Loie, pointing out that the two friends might choose to stay up all night to relive old memories or to confide in each other. Loie and Raba had a lot of things to work out between them, Tenelka pointed out, adding that Loie had the entry code for the security shield whenever he decided to return to the Rock Dragon's campsite. Jason sat up, ran both hands through his tousled hair, and looked over at his snoozing sister. "Hey, Captain Jaina, wake up," he said. "You're missing half the morning." Pulling down the lightweight blanket under which she had slept, Jaina rolled over on her mat, propped her chin on both fists, and glowered at her twin as she stifled a yawn. "Well?" she demanded. "I was just considering our options." Deep in thought. Jason said, not believing her for an instant. "What time do you want me to help you with the pre-flight check? If there's nothing else we can do here on Kuar, shouldn't we get back to the Jedi Academy before Uncle Luke gets too concerned?" Jaina quirked a skeptical eyebrow at him, then rubbed her eyes. "You're right. Let's do it after the morning meal, in about an hour." Her face disappeared under her blanket again. Or longer. Jason got up and headed for the Rock Dragon's refresher unit. To one side of the ship, wearing a supple lizard-hide exercise outfit, her hair freshly braided, Tenelka had already nearly finished her morning calisthenics, taking advantage of the cool shadows. Tiny pearls of perspiration glinted on her bare skin. He saw no sign of any extra sleeping mats spread out on the ground, and guessed from the evidence that Loie must not have come back after all. Where, then, had the two Wookiees gone? When he emerged from the refresher unit a moment later, though, Jason found his sister waiting to use the facilities and Lobaka perched on the edge of one of the Rock Dragon's crew berths, blinking sleep from his golden eyes. Glancing around, Jason asked, "Where's Raba? Did she leave early?" Loie smoothed a hand over the dark streak on his forehead. He explained that Raba had felt uncomfortable about staying in a haypen ship and declined. Instead, she had chosen to spend the night in one of the Rising Star's tiny sleeping compartments. "You couldn't have been more persuasive?" Jason asked. This time MTD spoke up. "Oh no, Master Jason. I can certainly attest to the fact that he did his utmost to persuade her, but Mistress Raba was simply adamant. I'm afraid she has a certain distaste for human company." The droid made a sniffing sound. I tried to add my own compelling arguments, but Master Lobaka switched off my speaker. Again. Jason couldn't help feeling that something was not quite right. It seemed that Raba didn't want to be around the companions, and that it might be more than simple embarrassment or uneasiness. What could MTD have meant about her having an aversion to humans? An odd tingling persisted at the back of his mind, but Jason could not put his finger on what the problem was. For Loie's sake, he hoped it was nothing too serious. "Hey, do you mind if I go over to Raba's ship with you and chat with her for a little while?" Jason asked. "We didn't get much of a chance to talk last night, and I'd like to get to know your friend a little better." From Lobarka's enthusiastic reaction, Jason would have guessed that the young Wookiee considered his suggestion the most brilliant one he had heard in months. Obviously, Jason thought as he followed Loie past Tenelka toward Raba's small skimmer, there was a great deal he still did not understand about Wookiees, or women, for that matter. This made Wookiee women a doubly difficult challenge. At any rate, Jason intended to do his best to make sure Raba felt welcome in their company, despite her apparent reservations. The previous evening, before their meal, Loie had drawn Jason, Jaina, and Tenelka aside and told them briefly about Raba's rite of passage and her decision to disappear and let everyone believe she had been killed. Now Jason wanted to tell her that they understood her need for privacy and that she could trust them. In the morning light, Raba climbed out of the rising star and luxuriously raked her fingers through her glossy chocolate fur. She glanced sidelong at Jason as Loie presented the young man, putting considerably more detail into the introduction than he had the day before. Loie praised Jason's sense of humor, described his love for animals, and commended his skill with a lightsaber. Only the third virtue seemed to make much of an impression on Rabakish, and when Loie paused, Jason hurried to change the subject. "So, what actually brings you to Guar?" he asked. "It's quite a coincidence that you found us here." Raba cocked her head slightly to one side, as if this had been an unexpected question. Then she held up both hands, her fingers pressed together, describing an approximate oval. She growled a name. "Shells?" Jason asked. Raba explained that she had been sent after a shipment of Ronic shells. They were a rare commodity which her employer prized highly, but the trader Fonterat, who had been sent to procure them for Nola Tarkona, had disappeared. The trader last confirmed meeting before his disappearance had been here on Guar. Jason's mouth fell open as he looked at Loie. "Do you realize what this means?" he asked. "That must be the same person that Born and Thul came here to meet, maybe even to negotiate a trade with. But what would Born and Thul want with Ronic shells? Especially since he was supposed to meet with Nola Tarkona, too. I guess he could have planned to use the shells as a kind of bargaining chip." His eyes lit up. "Hey, maybe if we locate that shipment of shells, we'll find another clue about where Einar's dad went." Raba seemed about to reply when Tenelka dashed up to get Jason's attention. "Company," she said, pointing skyward. At first Jason could see nothing but swirling dust around the crater rim, but then he saw a flash of metal the color of tarnished brass high above. "I heard your shout. What's wrong?" Jaina asked, trotting up to join them. Jason indicated the approaching ship with a lift of his chin. His sister's eyebrows shot up. "For an out-of-the-way planet, Guar sure gets a lot of traffic," she observed. A low growl came from deep in Raba's throat. Her dark fur seemed to bristle, and she reached for the blaster at her side. Loie held up a hand, though, asking her to wait and grumbling a comment to himself. "Why, whatever do you mean, Master Lobarka?" MTD said with some asperity. "How could you possibly recognize that ship? Didn't think anyone else in the galaxy even knew we were on this dust ball," Jaina commented, squinting to get a better look. "Except Tycho Thul," Tenelka said. "That's his ship all right," Jaina confirmed. Jason now recognized its boxy design and unusual color. Soon the ornate craft was close enough for Jason to see the slightly rotund figure in the cockpit. He felt the tingle again at the back of his neck, only stronger this time. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Jason said. "First Raba shows up, and we thought she was dead. Now Tycho Thul is here. And we thought he was on Mechas 3, Jaina finished for him." 2 minutes later Raynar's uncle climbed out of his ship. His moon-round face beamed at the assembled party. "How wonderful to see you all again. So glad I found you. I brought some food. Would you all like to join me for," he glanced appraisingly at the sky, "morning meal? I'm simply famished. Hyperspace travel really drains me." Wait a minute," Jason said. "Is there some kind of emergency? Didn't you say you had business back on Mechas 3? "I did, my dear boy, I do." Tycho began to unpack a mouth-watering array of foods from an enormous food prep unit. "I was on my way there when I thought to myself, Tycho, you have only one brother, and although no one else may realize it, it's clear he's gotten himself into some sort of financial predicament. If there's anyone who can coax him out of hiding so he can get some help, why, it's you, Tycho. And so, here I am to assist you in your search. It's the least I can do. Family obligations and all that. Besides, those droids back on Mechas 3 know how to run the show. And if they don't do it properly I can always dismantle them." "Indeed," MTD said in a huff. "The very idea." "Actually, we were about to leave," Jaina said. "We've pretty much found what we were looking for here." Tycho's cheeks grew pink and he sputtered. "Why, you can't, I've only just arrived. You must allow me to set my mind at rest. Help me look for my brother, please, just for today," he urged. "Have you found any clues whatsoever?" "Yes. Actually, though," Jason spoke up, gesturing toward the chocolate-furred Wookiee, "this is Rabakish of Kashyyyk. She's a good friend of Loe's, and she has a bit more searching to do here. Loe volunteered to help her, didn't you, Loe?" Loe gave a tentative growl of agreement. Tycho darted a dismissive glance at the two Wookiees. Splendid, splendid," he said. "It's settled then. We'll spend the day investigating. Shall we eat first? What may I offer you?" After a sumptuous meal the party split up for one last exploration of the crater and the rim surrounding it. Loe accompanied Drubber. The two Wookiees left together, and Tycho bustled around after Jason, Jaina, and Tenel Ka, looking busy and interested, though he frequently glanced at his wrist chronometer. They showed him the tattered sash they had found, along with its dire warning, and told him about the meeting, perhaps with a scavenger named Fontarat. Otherwise, the day was spent in what proved ultimately to be a fruitless search. As they gathered for evening meal, however, Tycho Thul seemed satisfied with their efforts. "My only regret is that I still have no idea what kind of shady scheme my brother's gotten himself involved in," he said. "Oh well, it was worth the attempt to look around here. Now I can rest easy." Jason felt unaccountably protective of Raynar in the young man's absence. Raynar believed that his father was completely honorable, he objected. "How can you be so sure he's gotten himself involved in a shady scheme? We don't really have any evidence of that." Tycho favored him with a condescending smile. "My dear boy, of course Bornan's involved in something shady. Why else would he make an appointment with that rabble-rousing firebrand Nola Tarkona and then simply disappear? I can't believe he'd even associate with such a despicable troublemaker as that Twi'lek woman. Then again, he's always had bad judgment in selecting business associates, and Tarkona is one of the worst. Raba sat up straight at Tycho's comment about Nola Tarkona. Her fur bristled, and a growl rumbled deep in her throat. No, I know my brother, Tycho went on, ignoring the Wookiee. You mark my words. He's gotten himself into trouble because of the people, or the things, with whom he associates. Angrily, Raba stood and stalked away into the darkness. Loie quickly followed her, and Jason could hear them in the distance, conversing in strained tones. Oblivious to the angry reactions his insults had inspired, Tycho continued talking as if nothing had happened, though Jason didn't hear a word he said. Only moments later, with a whine of repulsor jets, Raba's interstellar skimmer streaked off into the night, vanishing among the stars above. When Loie returned to the group, silent and dispirited, Tycho simply shrugged. A bit hot-headed, isn't she? He remarked, then dug back into the food packets. Now, what may I offer you to eat? Chapter 18. Later on, as the night hung dark around them, Jason looked up into a sky bristling with sharp pinpoints of stars. The broad band of the galaxy's midsection stretched overhead like a pearly river. He felt the weight of thousands of years of unchronicled history seeping out of Kua's ruins, ancient mysteries trying to tell their stories. At their isolated encampment, the tiny crackling fire did little more than emphasize the deep blackness of space lurking overhead. Jason could barely even see the blocky outlines of the crumbling buildings in the rains below. Just last night, camping out had seemed fun, despite the adventures that had shown the young Jedi Knights all too clearly what dangers lurked inside the abandoned structures. Tonight, however, an ominous feeling hung in the air. Lobaka sat alone, quietly moaning to himself as he touched the graft bandage that covered the wound on his ribs. But Jason knew the Wookiee's greater pain came from the deep sadness of losing Raba again. She had disappeared, taken off in her ship, just as she had done before. At least this time Loie didn't believe that the young Wookiee woman had been devoured by a carnivorous shireen plant. Raba was alive, but she was still gone. Before going to bed, Loie had told Jason that Raba had promised to find him again, someday. Jason hoped it would be soon. He felt the deep pain and grief emanating from his Wookiee friend. Despite the companion's invitation, Tycho Thul had insisted on sleeping inside his own ship. As he left the others, he was clearly in high spirits. He was delighted to have found some inkling of Born and Thullo why Raynar's father had come to this isolated place to meet with some scavenger. He could not understand. Tenelka had quickly fallen asleep, using her warrior skills to snatch a moment of rest, storing her energy for whenever she might need it. Jason could tell by the placement of her supple body, the ever-present tenseness in her limbs, and the rippling muscles beneath her smooth skin that the warrior girl was staying on the edge of full alertness. With only a moment's warning, Tenelka would be wide awake again and ready for battle. Jaina sat next to her twin brother. They both remained silent, comfortable with each other. The glow of the fading campfire splashed around them. Jaina tucked a strand of straight brown hair behind her ear and blew out a long sigh. Jason looked into the sky, watching a brief but intense shower of shooting stars. "Look at that," he said, pointing. "It's a meteor storm." Jaina nodded. "That happens when a planet's orbit crosses the path of an old comet. The leftover debris burns up in the atmosphere, making all those shooting stars." But then she stiffened, squinting as she stared upward. "Wait. Those aren't shooting stars." The blazing meteors fell in a perfectly choreographed sequence of parabolic arcs, growing brighter, streaking down across the sky as if under some sort of propulsion system. They left glowing trails in their high-speed descent. Sharp deceleration through the atmosphere caused their hulls to glow bright red. "Those are ships coming in for a landing." As soon as Jaina raised her voice to say the words, Tenilka snapped out of her slumber. She sprang up from the ground, instinctively landing in her fighting stance. The brilliant, uninvited ships screamed overhead with shock waves of sonic booms so loud they nearly deafened Jason. Jaina covered her ears. Loie roared in frustration. Jason wondered if perhaps the ships might be Rabakish returning with her friends. These vessels were sleek warcraft, though heavily armed. The pilots appeared to be in attack formation and did not seem interested in making any compromises. Uncle Tycho scuttled out of his brass-colored ship, shaking his head and blinking his bleary eyes. "What is it? Who is it?" he spluttered, looking up into the sky as the dazzling ships whirled about in long thundering arcs and came around for a second pass. The warcraft streaked back toward the tiny encampment in an assault pattern. "We are under attack," Tenilka said. As if on cue, heavy blaster fire lanced out to explode in bright puffs when the ships howled past. Blaster bolts gouged molten craters in the ground and set some of the ancient buildings in the crater on fire. The last two ships in the squadron came in with more specific targets. One blast showered sparks from the starboard engine of the Rock Dragon, turning the hull plating to slag and ruining one of the passenger cruiser's star drives. "No!" Jaina cried, helpless to stop. The second attack was far worse, though. With precise targeting from full-powered blasters, the assault ship pummeled Uncle Tycho's transport, bombarding the tarnished brass ship with irresistible energy until the craft exploded. A long plume of debris and flames spewed from the ruptured fuel pods. "My ship!" Uncle Tycho wailed. "How am I going to get home now?" Jaina grabbed his fleshy arm and pulled him along as Jason sprinted beside her. "Let's worry about surviving this night first, okay?" Jason said. "Besides, my sister can fix just about anything." "Don't get your hopes up," Jaina said, looking back over her shoulder at the flaming mound of debris. Loie charged up to join them as they ran for cover, avoiding the smoldering Rock Dragon just in case it became another primary target. They all ran toward the ramps that descended into the abandoned stadium, hoping to find shelter there. The warships decelerated, hovering over the encampment. In midair they disgorged silvery armored figures, not quite humanoid, that leapt out of the craft to drop from a height much greater than any human could have survived. "Are those armored soldiers?" Jason asked. "Space troopers in full droid armor?" "No," Jaina said, "not men in combat armor. I think they're droids, assassin droids." "That means real trouble," Uncle Tycho said. "Run into these tunnels. The droids will have heat-seeking optical sensors to help them locate us, but we need to stay ahead of them any way we can. Move." 5 of the powerful assassin droids landed on the ground with clanking thuds, their armored legs spread apart, their mechanical arms drawn up in perfect balance. Like automaton soldiers, they engaged their myriad weapons systems and marched forward, led by one droid that towered above all the others. It was also much more menacing. "In here," Uncle Tycho said, ducking low as he ran through an archway into a crumbling maze-like structure. Jason hoped that no vicious nocturnal predators lay inside the shadowy catacombs. Their group could only handle one invincible enemy at a time. They had no choice but to run blindly into the dark. The squad of assassin droids stopped outside the maze entrance, lined up in ranks, then raised their weapon arms without even bothering to come inside the ruins. The droids fired from where they stood, blasting the exterior walls of the ancient structure. Explosions knocked down columns and support braces. Crumbling stones fell apart in clouds of choking dust. "Oh, my!" MTD cried. "What are we to do?" "Run," Jaina said. "We're going to run." The squad of assassin droids lowered their weapons and assessed the destruction blazing around them. Then they marched forward in lockstep over the rubble they had just created. The tallest machine took the lead. His head was long and cylindrical, studded with flashing red optical sensors. The powerful droid moved with mechanical grace, each step an implacable advance toward its target. "Oh, no, I recognize that one," Uncle Tycho said. "It's IG-88, the worst of all the assassin droid bounty hunters. He has some sentience programming and obeys no human orders. We're done for." "Indeed," MTD said. "Quite fascinating. According to my files, IG-88 disappeared long ago, about the time of the Emperor's death. He hasn't been seen since." "Gee, how'd we get so lucky then?" Jason said. "Too bad he couldn't just have stayed hidden for a little while longer." "If IG-88 is leading this group of assassin droids, then they won't give up easily," Jaina said. "This is a fact," Tenelka answered. "Even worse assassin droids rarely miss when they fire their weapons." The companions dashed deeper into the shadows away from the fallen pillars and walls, searching for a place to hide. The assassin droids marched after them, weapons loaded and drawn, continuing their relentless pursuit. Chapter 19. Running inside the shadowy tunnels, ducking to avoid low-hanging support beams, Jason found a passageway that led farther downward. He saw fallen debris cluttering the ramp, but the passage seemed to open into a larger chamber underneath, which might offer them a place to hide or at least to fight. "This way," he said, and ran headlong down the sloping passageway. Hearing Jason's voice, the assassin droids opened fire again and blasted holes in the ancient walls. Tycho Thul needed no further encouragement and scrambled after Jason. Jaina, Tenelka, and Loie followed, trying to keep up without running into each other. They reached the bottom of the ramp, and the midnight darkness of the catacombs became thicker and oilier. The blackness lacked even the faint respite of stars twinkling far overhead. The sluggish air smelled thick and damp, clogged with mildew, as if nothing had ventured down here willingly for hundreds of years. Clouds of dust stirred under their feet as they rushed ahead. "This is as bad as the spice mines of Kessel," Jason muttered. Lowy scraped his ginger-furred head on an overhanging marble archway. Jaina stumbled on the uneven floor. Grumbling in vexation, she pulled out her lightsaber. "I can't see where I'm going." Jason was about to warn his sister not to create so much light, but Jaina ignited the weapon, instantly flooding the surrounding chambers with dazzling electric violet brilliance. She glanced over at her brother and raised her eyebrows. "Those assassin droids can see in the dark anyway, we're the only ones who were blinded. No sense making it worse for ourselves." The companions rushed onward. By the crackling light of his sister's energy sword, Jason could see that they had entered a broad chamber buried below one of the ancient structures in the crater wall. Portions of the ceiling had fallen all around, but this underground chamber seemed to have many exits, low tunnels that could be hidden lairs for strange, deadly creatures. In the violet illumination, Jason spotted glinting eyes and flashing fangs. He swallowed hard. With his Jedi senses he detected skittering movement and the sudden sharp focus of predatory attention. "Blaster bolts," he said as the young Jedi Knights skidded to a halt, wondering which direction to go next. Maybe this wasn't such a good hiding place after all. Before he could worry further, bolts of sizzling light streaked across the room. Flashes of destructive fire spat from high-powered cannons carried by the assassin droids as the machines marched into the chamber where Jason and his companions had hoped to hide or make their last stand. With a thrumming of metal and a powerful whine of servo motors, the murderous droids attacked. The young Jedi Knights had no place to run. As one, Tenel Ka, Lobaka, and Jason lit their lightsabers and prepared to fight. Tycho Thul stayed beside them, muttering that he wished he had thought to stash a few weapons outside his ship before the droids destroyed it. IG-88 himself plumped into the musty chamber and fixed his quarry with his flashing scarlet optical sensors. The chief droid swiveled his body core sideways, bringing up his arm and focusing its built-in laser rifle. He targeted on Jason and fired. But Jason reacted in a flash. Flowing with the Force, he brought up his lightsaber blade in the same instant that Tenel Ka reached out to protect him, crossing her turquoise blade with his Emerald One. IG-88's deadly bolt struck both lightsabers and ricocheted off, splashing its fire into one of the darkened side tunnels. A roar of pain exploded from the shadows, and seconds later a mass of jointed legs and flashing eyes and smashing jaws clattered out with a bellow, as if sounding a call for other monsters to join it. The huge combat arachnid launched itself into the fray while other spider beasts stormed out of the surrounding tunnels, disturbed by the battle and hungry for fresh prey. "Oh dear, not again!" MTD shrilled. "I detest those creatures." "This was definitely not a good idea," Uncle Tycho said. His face had turned a pale gray, and he seemed much more concerned about the arachnids than the deadly droids. "I suggest we discuss the merits of our escape plans after we have escaped," Tenel Ka said brusquely. Except for Uncle Tycho, the companions stood back to defend each other against the double threat of assassin droids and the combat arachnids. Clicking their jaws, the hideous creatures roared and skittered forward. The murderous droids fell into formation and brought all their weapons to bear. IG-88 launched a powerful grenade into the lead combat arachnid. The sharp projectile punctured the spider monster's body armor. The arachnid reared up, squealing in pain, and clawed at the wounded side with its sharp forelegs. Then the grenade exploded, blasting the bloated abdomen into dripping chunks that splattered the stone walls. A pair of twitching, disconnected legs splattered against the far wall. Enraged, the other combat arachnids boiled forward, hurling themselves indiscriminately at all the targets in the room. Jason lashed out with his lightsaber, clipping off a side leg as one of the creatures galloped by. The monster did not even pause, so intent was it on stampeding into the foremost assassin droid. The burly, durasteel-framed machine gripped the arachnid's legs with powerful hydraulic motivators and ripped the creature limb from limb, as if the action were part of an assembly line process. But the creature's razor-sharp defenses worked against the droid as well. Mandibles chewed on its domed metal head until the assassin droid's central processor had been ruined. Finally, the assassin droid's functions ceased and its body seized up, immobilized by the death grip of the mortally wounded combat arachnid. The giant creature sagged in death on top of the broken assassin droid. Both lay still. One of the relentless droids marched forward, raising its blaster rifle toward Jaina, but she moved too quickly with her lightsaber, severing the weapon's tip. When the droid attempted to fire, the blaster rifle exploded, sending out shrapnel and damaging the droid's optical sensors. "How's this for a system malfunction?" Jaina said, spitting the words out through clenched teeth. She thrust her lightsaber into the droid like a sword, piercing its body core. Sparks flew as its spinal processors were severed. Blinded and immobile, it slumped down. "Jaina, look out!" Jason cried, charging in as one of the combat arachnids reared up behind her, ready to pounce. Jaina whirled, jolted out of her victorious reverie. Jason chopped with his lightsaber, slashing off the combat arachnid's mandibles and leaving it to drip green ooze from its mouth. "I like animals," he explained unrepentantly, "but not when they try to eat my sister." Tenel Ka, right beside him, struck with her weapon, decapitating the monster. It tumbled to the floor like a crashing starship. All of its pointed legs flailed and thrashed with reflex nerves, but the monster was dead, and Jason didn't have time to worry any more about it. IG-88 and the two surviving assassin droids seemed to relish the fight with the combat arachnids, as if these monsters were worthy adversaries, more challenging than any quarry they had dealt with in some time. The chief assassin droid blasted one of the ferocious monsters repeatedly, aiming at its major leg joints one at a time until the creature collapsed, wriggling its severed limbs, twitching but unable to move itself. The IG-88 moved closer and punched his long metal arm downward like a vertical battering ram and crushed the monster's brain with his durasteel-enhanced fist. Lobaka fought against a combat arachnid. Locked in his struggle, Loie could not see the danger approaching from behind. Just before MTD wailed a warning, the Wookiee instinctively lashed backward. Sweeping the lightsaber around in an arc behind his waist, Loie severed an assassin droid's leg at the knee. The murderous machine tumbled over to sprawl on the ground. Even so, it did not end its attack. Instead, hauling out its blasters, the droid fired low from its prone position. Attuned to the Force, Lobaka leapt into the air. Blaster bolts peppered the area where his shaggy legs had been a moment before and strafed across the combat arachnid Loie had been fighting. The creature was thrown backward, its bloated crimson body split open. Landing in between bursts of blaster fire, Lowy whirled around and struck again with his molten bronze lightsaber, cleaving the droid's metallic head and optical sensors cleanly into two sparking halves. One of the last surviving combat arachnids had seized Tycho Thul with its sharp claws and pointed legs, and now lifted the older man into the air. "Help me, help me!" he shouted. He flailed and screamed, trying to escape, but Reynar's uncle had no Jedi powers, no lightsaber, not even a blaster. Jason turned, as did the other young Jedi Knights, but the first two to respond to the distress call were IG-88 and the remaining assassin droid. The deadly machines lunged forward, heedless of any danger to themselves, as if truly dedicated to saving the older man. With precise surgical blasts from their laser rifles, they sliced off the arachnid limbs that held Uncle Tycho. The round-faced man tumbled to the floor as two assassin droids hit the spider monster from both sides, using their brute strength to drive it backward. IG-88 jammed a small grenade between the creature's clacking mandibles and held it there. The arachnid writhed and spat, drooling poisonous venom from its jaws as it tried to rid itself of the offensive grenade. IG-88 did not release his grip, however, until the bomb detonated. The explosion mangled the droid's durasteel hand, but did far worse damage to the combat arachnid, which shuddered and fell dead. The two remaining creatures squealed and retreated into their dark tunnels. IG-88's bright red optical sensors gleamed in the dimness, seeking other targets. He and the other assassin droid reached down and grasped Uncle Tycho. The brightly robed man, trembling in terror, was unable to resist. "You are Tycho Thul," IG-88 said, clamping his damaged arm around his captive. "You are my bounty. You are my prisoner. Do not resist." "Help me," Uncle Tycho said. IG-88 looked at Jason, Jaina, Tenelkar, and Lowy. "Do not follow, or you will be destroyed. Tycho Thul must remain alive," the assassin droid said, as if in reassurance. "He will not be harmed, unless you force us to harm him." The harsh synthesized voice sounded cold and implacable in the enclosed chamber. IG-88 extended his free arm with its built-in blaster rifle. The other assassin droid used both arms to point the weapons at the young Jedi Knights, who stood frozen and uncertain. Then, with uncanny speed, the two droids hustled their captive out of the room and up the steeply sloping ramp, their metal footsteps thundering. Uncle Tycho's despairing wail echoed through the chambers, then faded into the distance. "Hey, let's go," Jason said. "We've got to help Tycho." "How?" Jaina asked in anguish. "If we fight, they'll kill him. Tycho should not have left the protection of the convoy fleet," Tenelkar said. "Someone clearly wants Thul hostages. Born Thul has disappeared. The traitorous guard on the trade wind tried to kidnap Raynar and Erendro Thul. And now these droids have taken Tycho Thul prisoner." She shook her head. "We should have expected it." "Let's get out of here," Jason said. Lowy gave a discouraged groan. "Indeed yes," MTD said. "I believe this entire expedition has been an unqualified disaster." Chapter 20. Covered with grime and sweat, the somber group of young Jedi Knights set to work the next morning repairing the damaged rock dragon. Though Tenel Kar's ship carried a generous reserve of spare parts for emergencies, the damage the Hapen passenger cruiser's engines had sustained would require a great deal of time and ingenuity to fix. Until then, they couldn't get off the isolated planet of Qua, and IG-88 and the assassin droids still held Tycho Thul hostage. They were stuck. And so Loey found himself sifting through the tarnished brass wreckage of Tycho Thul's ship, searching for engine parts that could be salvaged whole or somehow adapted to the needs of the rock dragon. "Why does everyone wish to destroy my ship?" Tenel Kar muttered, examining the upper hull of her damaged ship with a handheld scanner while Jason crawled underneath to check the lower hull plating. MTD, already hooked to the ship's diagnostic systems, generated a list of the minimum repairs needed to make the passenger shuttle spaceworthy again, just so they could get home. From the engine compartment, which swallowed her up to her waist, Jaina tracked everyone's progress with a steady flow of questions and answers. Despite the circumstances, the companions found the demands of the repair activities both familiar and comforting. They had been through all of this before. More than once Loey found his gaze strayed skyward. He was hoping for a glimpse of Raba's skimmer, the rising star. But he knew the young Wookiee woman would not be back. She had been too angry last night over Tycho Thul's rudeness and his obvious contempt for Nola Tarkona, the Twi'lek political leader Raba idolized. Loey had gone after her to calm her down and bring her back, but it had been no use. When Raba decided to leave, Loey had made a last-ditch request of her, that she try to find out the subject of the meeting Nola Tarkona was to have had with Born and Thul. If that mystery could be solved, he'd told her, they could all be happy, human and alien alike. The suggestion had been a mistake. Raba had turned her anger on Loey, furious that he would suggest that she spy on her employer for his human so-called friends. She had stormed off toward her skimmer. Loey studied a half-melted chunk of circuitry before discarding it. It could be of no use to the rock dragon. Loey might have despaired of ever seeing Rob again, had it not been for the fact that at the last moment she had hesitated, turned, and told him she would find him some other time, no matter where he went. She would not abandon him entirely, ever again. Then Rabakish was gone, a flash of chocolate-brown fur in the murky shadows of Kua's night. Loey was certain Raba could have had nothing to do with the kidnapping of Tycho Thul. None of them had ever known the man was coming to Kua, and she certainly hadn't had time to arrange for his abduction or to summon a band of assassin droids. He comforted himself with the possibility that his friend might get over her anger and send him some information about Nola Tarkona after all. She had to know how much it meant to him. Loey picked up a chunk of battered brass-colored hull plating and tossed it aside. He gave a roar of triumph. There on the ground lay a fully intact repulsor module that had somehow survived the destruction of Tycho's ship. Thoughts of Raba were swept aside as Loey ran to show Jaina his find. Now that the rock dragon was finally functional again, Jason watched with a sense of satisfaction as Kua dwindled behind them in the viewports. He was glad to finally leave the dusty planet that had caused them so much trouble. Next stop, Yavin 4, Janus said as Loey prepared the passenger cruiser for its jump to hyperspace. By now, Uncle Luke will be worried about us, Jason said. We're already a day late getting back. Rest assured, Master Jason, MTD said. I've calculated the most expeditious route for our return. We'll be there in a matter of hours. Loie reached up to the little droid, who sat mounted on the control panel, and gave him a pat. Still wish we had some way of contacting Raynar and his parents' fleet, Jaina said. And I wish we had better news to offer, but the situation has only gotten worse. She sighed, looking out at the stars and thinking about the long distance to home. Okay, punch it, Loie. The rock dragon made its jump, and hyperspace extruded the stars into glowing lines around them. Loie gave a thoughtful rumble. No, I'm afraid not, Master Lobaka, MTD said. I didn't store any of the locations of the Bornarin fleet's next jumps, lest it result in a security breach. I set the Tradewinds Navy computers with full randomization along known routes. Jason signed. And Tycho Thul was our only other contact with the fleet. But Raynar will be back in touch. I doubt he'll stay in hiding for long, because he wants to help so badly. He heaved a sigh. I don't know about you, but I dread having to tell Raynar that not only didn't we find his father, but we lost his uncle as well. Those are not facts, Tenelkar said. We did find evidence of Born and Thul on Kuar. And Tycho's abduction was beyond our control. It is part of a larger puzzle. Jason took some comfort in his friend's words. We still don't know where Raynar's father went from Kuar, Jaina said. We only have a few clues and a lot of galaxy to cover. Hey, maybe once we're back on Yavin 4 we can contact Zek and see if he's run across anything that might help, Jason suggested. He wanted to be a bounty hunter, after all. Jaina nodded, brightening a bit at his words. She longed for an excuse to contact Zek and still hoped that he might one day come back to them. Loie added that he had asked Rabakish to send him any information she might learn about Born and Thul. Ah, Tenelkar said. Aha. I am glad to know that my own family is safe, with only the intrigues and assassination attempts of the Hapen royal court to concern them. I think we should all go to the Great Temple's comm center when we get back to Yavin 4, Jaina said, and check in with our families. All of the young Jedi Knights voiced their enthusiastic agreement. An excellent suggestion, MTD said. I shall look forward to exchanging code with C-3PO again. The young Jedi Knights chuckled at the little droid's comment as the rock dragon streaked back toward the Jedi Academy and the jungle moon. End of story.